Present.
Commissioner Alyssa Barrett,
Present.
Commissioner Charisse Bremond,
Present.
Commissioner Maria Brenes,
Present.
Commissioner Dennis Caña,
Present.
Commissioner Rocky Delgadillo,
Present.
Commissioner Andrew Garston,
Present.
Commissioner Richard Katz,
Present.
Commissioner Nam Le,
Present.
Commissioner Miguel Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner Wendy Mitchell,
Here.
Commissioner Tammy Membreño,
Present.
Commissioner Carlos Moreno,
Here.
Commissioner Richard Polanco,
Here.
Commissioner Michelle Pritchard,
Present.
Commissioner Valerie Lynn Shaw,
Here.
Commissioner Alexandra Suh.
Here.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask also for any ex parte communication disclosures that may have occurred since the recess last night. Commissioner Garston?
At 2:11, I received a phone call today from Councilmember O'Farrell to review the process, what happened last night and what the process looks like going forward.
Thank you very, very much. Are there other disclosures?
Commissioner Mitchell, sorry.
Commissioner Mitchell?
At 2:47, I had a call with Council Member Monica Rodriguez, briefly discussing the process.
Thank
and
you.
Next steps.
Okay, other disclosures. Commissioner Polanco?
Yes, today at 4:15, I received a call from Chief of Staff Debbie Kim to Councilman Cedillo, wanting to get an update on what the process will consist of going forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Polanco. Commissioner Caña?
Thank you, Chair Ali. As I mentioned yesterday, today at 3 o'clock, I had my first meeting with Councilmember Krikorian in his office from 3 to 4 to discuss and give him an update on the commission's activities and what's next. In that meeting was his Chief of Staff, Carl Tarsisian.
Okay, thank you. Other disclosures? Okay, so can we reread the agenda item into the record where we left off last night, agenda item 1?
We can. Item number 1, commission discussion and possible action regarding a recommended draft map of new council district boundaries, including but not limited to providing direction to staff to prepare and present a recommended draft map for future commission action.
Thank you very, very much. Tonight's objective for commission members and members of the public is to provide clear direction and guidance to our staff and redistricting partners that leads to the development of a final draft map for presentation to the public and this commission on September 29th. So that's the task in front of us tonight. I did want to, before we go to public testimony, I did want to mention that when we, following public testimony, we are going to take up a motion that was tabled last night, and specifically an amended motion. And I'm going to read the amended motion now for members of the public. So if they wish to comment on it, they can, and then we'll take it up after public testimony. And the amended motion reads as follows: the commission's draft maps will adhere to the Los Angeles City Charter's requirements of keeping neighborhoods, neighborhood councils, and communities of interest intact to the extent feasible, while taking into consideration the impact of the 2020 census undercount. So we will take that up following public testimony. So with that, I want to open up to public testimony at this point in time. And the testimony is going to be limited to 1 hour and to 1 minute per speaker.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. In conformity with the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, and due to concerns over COVID-19, the Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission meetings will be conducted entirely virtually and telephonically. Via Zoom webinar, members of the public who would like to offer public comment via Zoom webinar on the items listed on the agenda should click on the raised hand function to request to speak, and you'll join our speakers list. If you are calling via telephone and would like to offer public comment on the items listed on the agenda, you should press *9 to raise your hand, and you will be able to join our speakers list. I'd now like to introduce Hareed Trivedi from the City Attorney's Office. Hareed.
Thank you, Rob. To members of the public calling in to provide comment tonight to the Commission's meeting, when it's your turn to speak, we will announce your name or the last 3 digits of your phone number or identifying information. When we announce your number or identifying information or name that it's your turn to speak, please unmute yourself and immediately provide your comment. You'll have 1 minute for the one agenda item to speak today. When speaking on the agenda item, you must be on topic. If you're not speaking on the agenda item, or if we cannot tell whether you're speaking on the agenda item, then you'll get a brief warning from me or the chair or the executive director. If you do not immediately get back on the topic, or if you again stray off topic, we'll be forced to cut off your time and move on to the next speaker. And also to members of the public calling in to speak, you are likely listening to the broadcast of this meeting on the internet or another device. There's a time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast. So please keep one ear on your phone or to be aware of when we call your name, and then you can immediately unmute yourself. Otherwise, we might think you're no longer on the line. Also, if you're listening to the broadcast of the meeting on the internet or another device, please immediately turn down the volume of that broadcast to avoid any feedback or confusion because of the time delay. With that, I'll pass it back to Chair Ali.
Thank you very, very much. And with that, Rob, let's open it up to public testimony.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. We just also wanted to remind folks, if you are needing the instructions for today's meeting, we're going to leave that up for a second. As we mentioned, we're continuing public comment from yesterday. So if you already spoke and gave public testimony at yesterday's meeting, you will not be able to give public testimony today. So we're looking forward to hear from all new folks this evening. We're going to call you in the first group of speakers. They're going to include Mary Raj Swing, caller ending in phone number 962, and Yoon Pak. So go ahead and Mary Raj Swing, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your testimony.
Thank you very much, and to the commission as well for your work. I live at 220 South Wilton Place in the Wilton Historic District. I believe the commission has overlooked what the I Love Koreatown efforts are doing. Callers supporting the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force neglect to mention that the goal of unification does not require taking over 2 existing and historic neighborhoods which share no communities of interest. I'm speaking of RWNA and Cessna. Koreatown stops at Western Avenue, and no annexation should change that. None of us was contacted by that task force. The Wilton Historic District was created in 1978 by the efforts of Ginny Kaiser, who died just last week. She will turn in her grave if the neighborhoods and institutions she defended all her life, including 40 years to work for Los Angeles City Cultural Affairs, are stripped of their affinities and record of long-running community support and activism. I vehemently oppose moving RWNA and Cessna out of CD4 and the greater Wilshire area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is caller ending in phone number 962. Caller ending in 962. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will be able to have 16 seconds as well. So go ahead, caller ending in phone number 962, press *6 to unmute yourself. All right, well, we're gonna give this caller another chance. We're gonna go on to our, oh, there you are. Hello.
Hi, my name is Michelle and I reside in the city of LA. I'm here to represent the Thai community in Thai Town located in Council District 13. I would like to speak to agenda item number 1 and comment that none of the 4 sample maps reflect the interests of Thai Town. The Thai community or other people of color currently residing, working, and operating a business in Council District 13, because they break up Thai Town into 2 districts, do not include historic Filipino towns, nor do they keep Little Armenia intact. The official Thai Town designation is a 6-block stretch of Hollywood Boulevard between Normandy Avenue and Western Avenue. We want an East Hollywood district unifying Thai Town and the other ethnic enclaves in the same district and make the district a cultural destination. Currently, the northern boundary of Council District 13 in East Hollywood is Franklin Avenue, but these 4 sample maps, the north side of Hollywood Boulevard is in a different council district, and the south side of Hollywood Boulevard remains in Council District 13.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up. Our next speaker, Yoon Park. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 60 seconds to give your comment as well.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Yan Pak, and I'll be speaking on item number 1. As a member of the Koreatown community, I first want to thank the commission on your continued discussion about the need to unify Koreatown in a single council district. I recognize that the Koreatown community is very dense with 100,000 residents. However, the community is very much asking the commission to explore options that keep us whole. Also, in order to meet the request from the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council and the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force, I want to ask the Commission to explore adding Koreatown West into the current Council District 4, where we keep both communities intact. This would keep all of our neighborhoods together in a single council district. Thank you so much for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker is our next group of speakers will include Deborah King, Eunice Song, Alexa Kim, and Kirk Samuels. So Deborah King, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your testimony. The next speaker is Deborah King. All right, Deborah King, this is our last chance to give you an opportunity to speak. We are going to now ask our next speaker to be Eunice Song. So Eunice Song, go ahead and unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello, good evening. My name is Eunice Song, and I'm the Executive Director of the Korean American Coalition, and I'm speaking with regard to Agenda Item 1. As a member of the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force, we have obtained input from diverse stakeholders in our community. We ask that you heed our numerous testimonies at 5 previous hearings and unify Koreatown, which will preserve the integrity of our community with the recommended redistricting task force proposed Koreatown map boundaries. We really appreciate the commissioner's efforts to keep Koreatown whole in many of the draft map iterations and passage of motion 4 at Monday's hearing. We urge the commission to continue to heed our voices, keep Koreatown whole, unified in 1 district by honoring the census data and our testimonies in the final map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Alexa Kim. Alexa Kim, go ahead and unmute yourself now, and you will also have up to 1 minute to give testimony. The next speaker is Alexa Kim. All right, we are going to move on to our next speaker in the list, Kirk Samuels. Kirk Samuels, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to 1 minute to give testimony.
All right. Good evening. My name is Kirk Samuels. I'm the Director of Civic Engagement for Community Coalition and co-convener of the People's Bloc. Currently, the census data supports the notion that we need to move forward with protecting 3 communities of interest, Council Districts 8, 9, and 10. With that being said, it is our belief that the Black population should be full participants in the city, and that means having assets in their districts. Council District 8 is going to be a solid Black district for the foreseeable future, so it's imperative that we bring assets back to the 8th, like USC, Exposition Park Museums, George Lucas Museum, and the Coliseum. Also, please consider strengthening the 8th by including Black institutions from Watts, since northern parts of Watts are already in the 8th Council District. Keeping Destination Crenshaw in the 8th is the initiative is imperative as well. The initiative was started in the 8th and a critical part of the future of LA and has been seen to fruition and lifts up Black LA. Lastly, please don't create divisions in the Black and brown districts. Instead, you can make changes to the districts where white electeds have Latinx majorities and supermajorities in the 13th and 15th.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker, Alexa Kim. I'm going to give you another chance. Alexa Kim, if you'd like to unmute yourself. All right. We are now going to move on to the next speaker in our list. Anne, sorry, our next group of speakers.
Hello.
We have, hello. Hello, Anne. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Anne.
I think that was
Hi.
Alexa.
We'll give her another chance. Go ahead, Anne. You have you'll have a minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Like 60% of people living in Los Angeles, I am a renter. LA is a city and is a strong and diverse city. As I look at these draft maps, it strikes me that several of these proposed redistricting maps make districts that are wealthier, more white, and more homeowning. These draft maps look designed to undo the gains made by low-income renters of color in the 2020 election cycle and further erase the diversity that makes LA thrive. What I'm asking for today is to unify Koreatown in CD4, like other speakers, unify Highland Park, unify Silver Lake. Do more to outreach to low-income communities, especially communities of color. I have listened to multiple redistricting listening sessions. I understand how many homeowners call in and want to keep renters out of their district, and I urge you to not listen to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and apologies to our last speaker. I do believe Alexa Kim was trying to speak, and if she would like to get back, or they like to get back to the line, we would try to give them a chance. So let's announce our next group of speakers. They're going to include Brenda Ortega, Cliff Lord, the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council, and Jasmine Vargas. So right now we'd like to ask Brenda Ortega to unmute, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Brenda Ortega, and I am with Inner City Struggle, an organization in Boyle Heights. I had the opportunity to work in the distribution of rapid relief funds to families in need. In our community, we saw great disparities due to COVID, families being forced out of their homes, families being left out without any income. In our community, we have the essential workers who worked throughout the pandemic. The East Side, Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, and us, Reno, are joined by the fight that we carry to ensure that we are protecting our schools, expanding protection to our tenants, and ensuring that we bring equitable resources to bring back into the community. I ask you to please listen to us and make the East Side stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker, Cliff Lord. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give testimony. Cliff Lord.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm calling regarding Hancock Park and its inclusion in this redistricting process. And what I want to stress is that pursuant to this communities of interest notion, in Hancock Park, we have a very large Orthodox Jewish population. It seems to me that makes the most sense to try and locate that in a district that also has Orthodox in it, which would be CD5, as opposed to the maps that we are looking at here. I also think that in terms of it being an HPOS, it would be better represented in a district that has a number of HPOSs. The council members are spread pretty thin, and I think that we would get the best service from a council member who could service a district where their prerogatives were narrowed by a focus on similarities in these communities of interest. So I would like you to take that into consideration, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker is identified as the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Conrad Starr, President of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. We did complete a community impact statement, so hopefully I have a little bit of extra time, though I may not need it.
You will have up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Up to 3 minutes. Thanks very much. So as we've previously stated, the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council has taken two positions. One is that it wishes to remain in one contiguous council district. And additionally, we have taken a position in support of Koreatown remaining in or being in one council district. But that is the Koreatown as officially defined by the city that ends at Western Avenue. I'm very pleased to know that you've now heard from a number of our stakeholders in the neighborhoods between Wilton and Western Avenues. And I think you understand at this point that the St. Andrews Square neighborhood and Ridgewood Wilton neighborhood have come out strongly expressing that they have not been contacted as part of the outreach process and that they are not on board with the proposal to extend the definition of Koreatown to include that area between Wilton and Western. You've also heard
All
from,
right. Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
I thought I
I'm
was
sorry,
given 3
sorry.
minutes.
Apologies. You're right. You do have 3 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Last time you cut me off at a minute too. Okay, so you've also heard from our Wilshire Park neighborhood, which is further south, south of Wilshire. So now speaking outside of those official positions, I will just reflect that as president, that none of the maps that have been proposed actually honor that request that Greater Wilshire remain together in one council district. So I'm hopeful that the commission will look at the process here, understand that what's being attempted is to redefine neighborhood boundaries and not just communities of interest. And essentially, it's trying to do the work that City Council accomplished back in 2010 when it defined the Koreatown community and its boundaries. I hope that you will leave that to the City Council in future action and focus on the neighborhood boundaries as are legally currently defined. Not the LA Times maps, but the city maps of neighborhood councils and the city maps of communities. And I think you're doing a great thing to try and put the Koreatown stakeholders all together into one council district to the best of your ability. But please don't do so at the peril of the many Greater Wilshire stakeholders who have now made their opinions known and let you know just what kind of a minefield you may be walking into here. So appreciate all of your efforts and the work that you've done, and hope you will keep us in mind as you finalize this process. Thanks so much.
All right. Wanted to make sure I didn't cut you off again. Let me announce our next group of speakers. They're going to include Jasmine Vargas, Jason Wally, Jay Andrade, Melina Liberatore, and Laron Gubler. So Jasmine Vargas, you're our next speaker. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Jasmine Vargas, go ahead and unmute. There you are.
Can
Hello.
you hear me? Hi.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Jasmine, and I live in an area that we affectionately called part of Sherman Oaks, in Sherman Oaks, and the boundaries are Burbank Boulevard to Oxnard, the 405 freeway to Hazeltine. We're a great little community. 10 years ago, we went around and petitioned, and we won our renaming to Sherman Oaks in the 2009 Council File 08-2758. And we have been Sherman Oaks for the past 10 years officially. And our Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association considers POSO an integral part of Sherman Oaks. And we're asking that Sherman Oaks not be split and to please keep us united with Sherman Oaks. And again, we endorse map A1, District D, and map B2-District D. And thank you for your time. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, speaker. Our next speaker, Jason Wally. Jason Wally, go ahead and unmute yourself. Jason Wally, you're our next speaker. Go ahead. You have up to 1 minute as well.
Thank you. Jason Wally, live in part of Sherman Oaks, POSO, boundaries Burbank and Oxnard, as the other speaker spoke to, in Hazeltine. We went our renaming to Sherman Oaks in 2009, Council File 08-2758. And we endorse map A1, District D, and map B2, District D. Map B as in boy 2 is better starting point. The other maps do not have POSO united with Sherman Oaks. We have been involved in this process from the beginning. POSO sent in dozens of comments last Thursday and Friday urging the commission to keep us whole with Sherman Oaks and not split Sherman Oaks. Our Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association considers POSO, part of Sherman Oaks, an integral part of Sherman Oaks, and is also asking that Sherman Oaks not be split. Please keep us united with Sherman Oaks. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker, identified as Jay Andrade. Jay Andrade, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute as well.
Rob Battles, I'm the president of the South Central Neighborhood Council.
I don't know if I am available to speak 3 minutes.
Let me defer to the chair for a second. Chair, I think we have a neighborhood council member, so we can give them 3 minutes.
Yes, I mean, have you submitted a community impact statement or a formal resolution?
Thank you.
I believe there was a question from the chair.
Oh, what was that?
Have you submitted a community impact statement or a formal resolution and asking to speak to present that in front of the commission?
You know what, because of the outreach for the redistricting, that I have not received anything in neither my personal email or my neighborhood council email in regards to these meetings. I actually had to defer to the commissioner and to representatives of the council.
Go ahead and provide your testimony.
Thank you. So I was on the call yesterday, and I'd just like to echo what Commissioner Polanco stated around having a thriving district. I'm here in regards to Council District 9 and the separation of USG and Exposition Park. Having that, our local councilman has brought LAFC, a $1 billion asset, George Lucas Museum, and oversaw the restoration of the Coliseum during his 8 years in office. These efforts have created thousands of jobs for both Black and Brown communities in CD9. Within our district, the 9th district is a poor district in the city of Los Angeles, and removing these economic engines would devastate the 9th. As an individual that was born and raised and still live in the community and work in the community, currently is a faculty at Los Angeles Trade Tech College, removing these economic engines where we have this will impact us and connecting us with Watts will be the poorest district in our area. I know individuals, Ms. Valerie Shaw, I love everything that you do. You're a great woman, but I think removing this and moving USC and Expo and George Lucas to another district is definitely something that will negatively impact our community. We are currently, as a homeowner, we're finally having our homes be valued at something. We are finally seeing development. We are finally seeing investment. We are finally having options. We are finally having choices, and removing areas like downtown LA or USC and the Expo Park. This would be something that's going to impact our community in a very negative manner. It would be so detrimental to us. I'm in a location where I'm full of neighbors that we have not had any information around redistricting, and I'm here representing them. My family lives on 36 in Griffith. We own 3 homes there. We grew up on 82nd and Broadway, 50th and Broadway. I currently live on Adams and Central. We all live, and we've been working very closely with the council members, with the mayor, to help build our community. This is what we do. Our neighborhood council is a strong group that we have been fighting for and working with groups where we can actually see the fruits of our labor. Removing engines like this is going to definitely it's going to take us 3 steps back, where we need to go ahead and focus on 3 steps forward. Again, my name is Johnny Andrade. I am a resident that was born and raised here in the South Los Angeles neighborhood. And I urge you and I plead you that please do not take these engines from our neighborhood. We are lacking these types of resources, and removing this is going to be detrimental to our community.
All right.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you for your for speaking for your comments, sir. I appreciate your help facilitating, Chair. Our next speaker is LaRon Gubler. LaRon Gubler, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll be able to give up to 1 minute comment. LaRon Gubler.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm LaRon Gubler, President Emeritus of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I've been involved in revitalization efforts in Hollywood for 30 years, going all the way back to the time of Michael Wu. I have 2 requests this evening. Number 1, please keep our downtown Hollywood business district intact together in one district. And secondly, please keep keep us within the CD 13 district. I think everyone realizes the importance of Hollywood as a business district of the city, and the efforts that we have achieved and success over the last 30 years have been because we've been able to work together and address our issues all together. So it'd be very helpful to continue the relationships that we've had with our long-standing relationship in CD 13. I testified the last 2 times in 2000 and 2010, and the commission listened to us then. We hope you'll listen to us again and keep our district together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next group of speakers is going to include phone caller ending in phone number 566, followed by Aquilina Soriano and Grace Yu. So phone caller ending in phone number 566, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll be able to have up to 1 minute. So once again, our next speaker is phone caller ending in phone number 566. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. You have permission to speak. Okay, well, we'll try to come back to this speaker. We're going to ask now Grace Yu to unmute themselves, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi, this is Grace Yu. Thank you so much, commissioners, for letting me speak tonight. I am someone who has spent 20 years trying my best to ensure that Koreatown is kept whole in the city council process. And so I really appreciate the commissioners listening to the request of those who are living within Koreatown. And honestly, the residents of Koreatown do not know the boundaries as well as the commissioners do. What we do understand is that we are a community that wants to be heard by our council member, whomever that person may be. And so we were requesting once again that you keep Koreatown whole, whatever way the city commissioners are deeming best. But it is so imperative that after 3 decades of this request that we are heard and kept united in one council district this time. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker, Aquilina Soriano. Aquilina Soriano, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, my name is Aquilina Soriano Versosa. I'm the executive director of the Filipino Workers Center, and we are in historic Filipino towns, one of the largest Filipino community institutions there. And we are advocating together that historic Filipino town be kept together and not split up. There are many cultural needs. SIPA and Filipino Workers Center, FASG, we did a study on the health needs of Filipinos in that in historic Filipino town, and there are language proficiency issues as well as access, cultural concepts, and so for programs and issues, we need to keep the community together. Also, down to 3rd Street, actually, SIPA has a housing there. We also want to be kept together with other API towns as well.
Okay, speaker, your time is up. Thank you. Our next group of speakers are going to include Glenn Bailey, Ruth Silvera, and Genesis. So Glenn Bailey, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give comment.
Thank you, Glenn Bailey. So I'm looking at the new versions, I guess the 3, and it appears that none of them are respecting the boundaries of the Encino Neighborhood Council, and that you've excluded the Sepulveda Basin from the Encino Neighborhood Council in whatever district that it's included in. I've also noted other areas in the West Valley where you've ignored the neighborhood council boundaries, and I'm not sure why that is. I hope you're notifying those neighborhood councils of that fact, but I noticed that in several instances. So it's not a population issue. It's more in terms of communities of interest. So please make the boundary line at Victory Boulevard to the north for whatever district Encino is in to the 405. So either from White Oak, Victory Boulevard to 405 northern boundary, and include the Sepulveda Basin as part of the Encino area. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth Silvera. Ruth Silvera, go ahead and unmute yourself. Ruth Silvera, you're our next speaker. You can unmute and you'll have up to 1 minute.
All right, here I am, right? I live in St. Andrew's Square, which lies between Western and Wilton, and I am most concerned about the push to move the Koreatown boundary, neighborhood council boundary, to Wilton. This impacts me and my neighbors personally, but no Koreatown outreach reached me. St. Andrew's Square has its own official identifying street signs, and we have been part of the GWNC since day one of neighborhood councils. So to me, the language unify Koreatown, make it whole is misleading, as St. Andrew's Square has never been part of Koreatown, especially as we are north of 3rd Street. I also speak to you as president of the Wilshire Branch Library's Friends Group. The library is in St. Andrew's Square, and we have received financial support from GWNC, which would be cut off if we lose this community of interest with GWNC, if the boundary is moved. So no Koreatown reached out to this gem of a library. So please leave the boundary where it is.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next group of speakers are going to include Valerie M., Eunices Hernandez, Azucena Favela. So our next speaker, Valerie M., go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have up to 1 minute to give comments.
Hello. Now I understand the assignment. So according to the LA Times neighborhood, I live in Hollywood Hills, and my neighborhood council is HUNC, the Hollywood United Neighborhood Council. The Hollywood sign is in this area, along with 2 access points to the sign, which also have hiking trails that go to Griffith Park. None of these draft maps puts Hollywood Hills with the rest of Hollywood. Instead, we're plonked onto a valley district. This dilutes our political voice in matters that are impacting the greater Hollywood area: tourism, public transit, traffic, police brutality, and our unhoused neighbors. While I understand wanting to lump this area with higher income white homeowners, please know that this has a detrimental impact on local organizing for my more diverse Hollywood that works for all, not just the elite. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, Eunices Hernandez. And I apologize if I did not pronounce that correctly. You can correct me and reintroduce yourself. You'll have up to 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eunices Hernandez. And my day job, I'm the executive director of a C4 nonprofit called La Defensa, where we work on alternatives to incarceration and criminal justice reforms and judicial accountability. But in my regular day of living in life, I've been a lifelong resident of Highland Park for over 30 years now. And I'm one of the last folks remaining on my block because of gentrification and the changing prices and the lack of support to keep people homed and homeowners. And so I just really would like to say that I urge you all to please keep Highland Park united and whole and in District 1. If it is moved into places where it unites with Eagle Rock, it takes away from some of the highlighting the pieces of the people who are still struggling to remain in Highland Park, which I think is what we should be uplifting our Black, Brown, Indigenous communities and low-income communities that still remain in the district. So again, I urge you to keep Highland Park whole and intact and in District 1. Thank you so much for all the time and labor y'all have put into this, and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Eunices. Our next speaker is Azucena Favela. Azucena, please unmute yourself. And you'll have up to 1 minute to give public comment as well. So again, our next speaker is Azucena Favela. Oh, okay. Well, we're having a little difficulty. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Genesis. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Genesis Jerez.
and I'm speaking on item 1. As a community organizer in Koreatown, I recognize the need for our community to stay intact under one council district. Given the comments from Monday night's meeting, I want to respectfully ask the commission to seek a compromise that would keep all of the proposed boundaries submitted by the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force and CD4 so that we keep our community, including the Great Wilshire Neighborhood Council boundary intact. I understand that this is a difficult process with complexities in every neighborhood. However, I sincerely hope that we can find a solution where Koreatown is kept whole. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Our next group of speakers are going to include Cynthia Batal and Connie Chung Jo. So our next speaker, Cynthia, please unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi.
Cynthia, hi. Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Hi, my name is Cindy Shavaro-Keene, and I have been president of the Hancock Park Homeowners Association for the past 20 plus years. I also sit on the board of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. None of these 4 maps, unfortunately, keep our communities of interest nor our neighborhood council together. We need to be unified and kept whole. Our communities of interest and neighborhoods are all to the west in CD5, not to the east, as these maps indicate. We have a very large and growing Orthodox Jewish community. However, you have managed to disenfranchise all of our Orthodox neighbors tonight from participating because tonight is Sukkot, a religious Jewish holiday. I urge you to please respect our communities and our communities of interest and our neighborhood council and go back and take a look at these maps and please redraw the lines where we will all be fairly represented. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next speakers are going to be Connie Chung Jo, Veronica Padilla, and Ground Game. So Connie Chung Jo, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Good evening. I'm Connie Chung Jo, the CEO of Asian Americans Advancing Justice LA. Advancing Justice LA has been working to get community involvement in this redistricting process. This includes working with stakeholders in Koreatown, like the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force. As we progress through this process to where we are today, the following messages come forth from these stakeholders, which we've heard echoed by multiple speakers already. 1, keep Koreatown whole. 2, use the boundaries submitted by the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force's map to the Commission, which Advancing Justice LA helped them develop through numerous stakeholder discussions with diverse voices from the Korean, Latinx, and Bangladeshi populations to identify their communities of interest. And 3, allow Koreatown to be in CD4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Veronica Padilla, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Veronica Padilla.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Veronica Padilla Campos. I am the Executive Director of Pacoima Beautiful. I'm calling today because I was a bit concerned to hear that there's a possibility of changing our district in the San Fernando Valley. We have great representation here and there's great momentum in so many projects, from community cleanups to larger projects like the light rail and water infiltration projects. And it would just be a shame to disrupt that momentum that we have. And so I'm asking this commission to please do not disturb the progress that we've been having in our districts. Please keep our communities together, keep the San Fernando Valley together, start the conversation maybe with Plan B2, and please do not resolve the issues of the other side of the hill on the backs of the San Fernando Valley. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
All right, thank you very, very much. Our next speaker is identified as Ground Game. Ground Game LA, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give comment.
Hi, yes, my name is Bill Przlocki. I'm the Executive Director of People Organized for Westside Renewal, Power, and Ground Game Los Angeles. And I don't know how to change my login name. Sorry for that. So our organization, our 501c3, Power, has worked since 1999 with low-income communities. Starting on the west side, we've expanded into the greater Hollywood area and up into the valley. We work all the way from Pacoima to the beach. And we're deeply concerned with preserving and increasing the voice of low-income folks, of communities of color, of communities of interest, immigrant communities, and renters in this process in general. The draft maps are deeply concerning because they threaten diluting the voices of low-income renters of color. And actually, we need to strengthen those to increase participation. So unify Koreatown and CD4, make CD5 a bridge to the valley, unify Highland Park, and do more outreach in low-income communities, especially communities of color. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next group of speakers are going to include Ann Ballard, KB, Ali Jack, and Mark R. Edwards. So Ann Ballard, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be able to have up to 1 minute.
Yes, I'm speaking on motion 2. I'm Ann Ballard. I live in the part of Sherman Oaks, Poso. The boundaries are Burbank Boulevard to Oxnard, the 405 to Hazeltine. We won our renaming to Sherman Oaks in 2009, Council File 082758. We endorse map A1 District D and map B2 District D. Map B2 is a better starting point. The other maps do not have Poso united with Sherman Oaks. We have been involved in this process from the beginning. Poso sent out dozens of comments last Thursday and Friday urging the commission to keep us whole with Sherman Oaks and not split Sherman Oaks. Our Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association considers Poso an integral part of Sherman Oaks and is also asking that Sherman Oaks not be split. Please keep Sherman Oaks united with Sherman Oaks. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is KB, initials KB. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you will also have up to 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Karen Barnett, and I'm from Atwater Village. I happen to be on the neighborhood council, but I'm speaking for myself and as chair of the River Committee in Atwater Village. I would like to say that I appreciate map B2. I guess it's District M. I don't know where people get their information on the numbers of what's 4, 2, 10, 8, etc. because you're using letters. So I assume it's Mitchell Farrell, but I have no idea. But it does include the interests of the river committees together, and we have potential flood issues, climate changes here. It's super important that we work together. So that would be my recommendation for you guys. And I'd also like to clarify that Atwater Village would benefit from all the maps having the border of I-5 freeway, because it's really hard to tell in your 4 versions. I think the last 2 do include the LA River and use I-5 as the border. So if you could please use I-5. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker, Ali Jack. Ali Jack, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you also have up to 1 minute.
Thank you, Councilman, for hearing us today. I'm speaking on behalf of item 1. I am a 35-year neighbor in the GWNC community. I'm also a 37-year-old who lives in St. Andrews Square neighborhood with many neighbors in Ridgewood Wilton, with 24 hours of understanding that the CD4 would no longer include both RLA and Ridgewood Wilton and Cessna. I received numerous phone calls and requests to sign my letter of interest, which has been submitted to you, and had over 30 signatures in 24 hours. That's with me as a working mother. I just stopped nursing my 6-month-old to be able to get on the phone today and to collect those signatures. I am strongly opposed to the border moving from Western to Wilton. I would like for all of CD4 to represent the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. I know many cannot be on this phone call today because they have young children. On our block alone, we have 11 young children that both go to 3rd Street, use Larchmont as their center, and participate.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up. I appreciate it. Sorry to cut you off like that. Our next speaker, Mark R. Edwards. Go ahead and unmute yourself. And you'll also have up to 1 minute as well. Mark R. Edwards, you're our next speaker.
All right, good evening, commissioners. My name is Mark R. Edwards. I've lived, worked, and played in Hollywood since 1982 when I came here with fellow Marines when I was stationed at 29 Palms, California. The area was not so hot. Many years later, I now sit on the executive board of the Hollywood Chamber. The Chamber believes that the business district of Hollywood should remain in CD 13 so that the shared interest of businesses can be considered and represented by the same council member with the same voice. It is vital for the community to have our interests ranging from housing, jobs, community, and transportation infrastructure to be kept within one council district. So we are asking for Hollywood Central Business District and Historic Core be kept together and remain in CD 13. And I will close with this. King Solomon does not envy you guys. So good luck and really appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next group of speakers are going to include Susana Coracero, Rich P., Brad Bring, and Benjamin Torres. So Susana Coracero, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to a minute to give your comment.
Hi, everybody. My name is Susana Coracero. I'm Director of Civic Engagement at City Tech. I've invested my entire adult life in doing community organizing in South LA, specifically in CD9 and CD8. I'm calling in today because I find it really bizarre that the CD9 district maps, the pros maps all exclude USC. And I'm not sure if the commissioners are omitting the community input from the community of CD9 residents requesting that USC remain and sustain in CD9. I am not supporting disinvesting in CD9. I want to make sure that CD9 is considered and respected as any other council district in the city of LA. So again, I strongly support reconsidering USC and sustaining USC and in District 9. I'm also a resident born and raised in Watts.
Sorry, speaker, your time is up. We want to get to our next speaker, Rich P. Rich P., can you go ahead and unmute yourself? And you'll also have up to 1 minute to give comment.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry for the Rich P. I didn't change my last name. My name is Rich Pinder, and my wife Jackie and I have lived at the corner of Burnett and Martha in this area referred to tonight as Sherman Oaks Pozo, or part of Sherman Oaks. And we've owned our home here since 1986. And this area was renamed to Sherman Oaks years ago as we were included with Greater Sherman Oaks into CD4 as a de facto policy decision by the commission based on an LA City renaming policy. Sherman Oaks Pozo is comprised of about 6,900 residents, and we endorse both maps A1 District D and map B2 District D. As mentioned before, map B2 is the better starting point as it has Pozo already integrated with Sherman Oaks. Jackie and I have been involved and endorsed this process from the beginning, and we ask that Sherman Oaks not be split up. Please keep us included in Sherman Oaks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Brad Bring, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have up to a minute to give your testimony.
Hi, my name is Brad Bring. Thank you very much for your time. I'm speaking on also behalf of Motion 2. I live in a part of Sherman Oaks, Pozo. I'm a fourth generation Valley resident, and I am a homeowner here. About 12 years ago, we fought for this area to be a part of Sherman Oaks. I was personally down at the city council trying to make sure that we could be a part of Sherman Oaks, and we finally became part of Sherman Oaks, and we'd like to stay there. We endorse map A District D and map B2 District D. Map 2 is a better starting point. We just would love to stay within the people that are representing us the best. And I want to say thank you so much for your time. And hopefully you guys will find that we're better suited to stay in Sherman Oaks.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker, Benjamin Torres. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to 1 minute.
Hello, everybody. My name is Benjamin Torres. I am the president and CEO of City Tech. I've been working in South Central Los Angeles professionally for the last 24 years, and I want to make my comments specifically about the District 9 maps that are proposed that exclude USC from 9th Council District. This would have a tremendous impact economically, socially, and culturally on the Council District 9 area. Many of us have been working for many years to build a collaborative relationship with USC, specifically on its expansion plans related to the Village Project, and as well as the museum in Expo Park. We organize to make sure that we have local hiring agreements, that we have affordable housing construction developed to support residents' ability to withstand gentrification. And so taking USC out of the 9th would be detrimental to and disrespectful to the many, many years of work by groups like CD Tech and the Unidad Coalition. So we want to make sure that we stay in the 9th, keep USC in the 9th, so we can continue to bring the important resources that it represents in the South LA community. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to announce our next group of speakers. They're going to include Jane Usher, Isabel Gonzalez, Jaime Gallega, and Robert Reeves. So Jane Usher, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Jane Usher here. My thanks to all of you. I'm a 30-year resident of Greater Wilshire and a founding member of our neighborhood council. We too in Greater Wilshire ask to be kept whole. Our neighborhoods have been a united, stabilizing presence in central Los Angeles for 100 years. Unfortunately, none of the draft maps from last night or today keep us whole. I invite you to please share our vision. Please create a new draft map, one that keeps us whole and paired with the like-minded communities of interest to our west. I've checked in with my neighbors, and this is what they request. This request was also the intention of the charter amendment that formed not only the neighborhood councils, but also your commission. Thanks so much for considering my input.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next speaker, Isabel Gonzalez. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, loud and clear.
Thank you. Hello. Hi, my name is Isabel Gonzalez, and I'm here with Inner City Struggle. As a first-generation Latina, U.S. history would make me believe that my people have a small, if not non-existent role to play in shaping this country. The East Side communities like that of Boyle Heights, El Sereno, and Lincoln Heights stand in clear contrast to that messaging. My people have been here for centuries, and my people have toiled and through sweat, blood, and tears have and continue to fight for an American dream where hard work and perseverance is rewarded above all. The East Side incorporates Boyle Heights, El Sereno, and Lincoln Heights because they are very similar. Historically, we have been able to join forces to open new schools, bring more resources into our schools, and for our students. In these communities, you will find predominantly Latinx, first-generation college students, undocumented, mixed-status families, Spanish speakers, construction workers, and street vendors. In other words, the heart of LA, our essential workers, our heroes. Please join me and support the movement and legacy in the East Side and recognize Boyle Heights, El Sereno, and Lincoln Heights as the East Side, as the community of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker, Jaime Gallega. Jaime, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes.
Have up to a minute as well.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for allowing this public comment. My name is Jaime Gallega, and I am a member of Hi-Fi, short for Historic Filipino Town, Hi-Fi Coalition. I'm also a member of the Friends of Echo Park Library and Filipino American Los Angeles Democrats. I urge you to keep Hi-Fi, Historic Filipino Town, complete and whole by not splitting it up. It's currently configured within District 13, and with some other community partners and members, we are going to look at the current map drafts and we'll submit those to redistricting partners for consideration. Again, please keep our vibrant community, which was designated in 2002 by then Council Member Garcetti, which has then since become a very vibrant community interest group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Sonia Salgado and Marcos Hernandez. Oh, I'm sorry. I believe Robert Reeves is still in line. Go ahead, Mr. Robert Reeves. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for having this session. And I want to say that I am the president of the Ridgewood Wilton Neighborhood Association. We are a neighborhood of small homes and single residences, similar to those to our east in the St. Andrews Square area, and to our west in Windsor Square, and a little bit to the south in Hancock Park. We are primarily occupied by owners and highly involved tenants. Our community of interest is clearly with our similar neighborhoods to either side. We hope to remain in the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council, where we have been since the founding, and we support that. I am a delegate to the Neighborhood Council as well. So please retain our area within the Neighborhood Council and with our neighboring and similar neighborhoods. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your comments. I'm now going to ask Sonia Salgado to prepare to give their comment, as followed by Marcos Hernandez. So Sonia Salgado, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to a minute.
Sí. Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Sonia Salgado. Yo vivo en el distrito 9 y mi comunidad pide ser escuchada y sostener a USC en nuestro distrito 9. Pedimos no desinvertir en el distrito 9, dejándonos en una desigualdad con otros distritos en la ciudad. Exijo representación de justicia y exigimos que nuestras voces sean escuchadas y tomadas en serio. Gracias.
Right, thank you very much. Our next speaker, Marcos Hernandez. Marcos Hernandez, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to a minute to give your comment.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Marcos Hernandez. I have been a community resident of City 9 for, all my life. I want to oppose the redistricting of City 9 and losing the USC as well as Expo part of City 9, mostly because it'll be a huge detrimental loss to City 9 and its residents already, especially with the community relationships that we have built with those organizations as well as businesses in that corridor, and as well as it'll be another way to disenfranchise the residents of City 9 that are already here in, and still have been disturbed till this day, including, street services, lighting issues, potholes, those are issues that still need to get fixed. And with the removal of USC, it's just going to get worse. And, it'll lead to city employees not doing their job correctly. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to announce our next batch of speakers. They include Jayong Carolyn Park, Sylvia Tidwell, and Zaya Islam. So Jayong Carolyn Park, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your testimony.
Hello, I am a Silver Lake Neighborhood Council member. Can I have more time?
I do not believe that we will have time for that this evening, but you can have up to a minute.
Okay. I ask that the commission respect the boundaries created by the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force. I'm a lifelong Angelino. I'm also a Silver Lake Neighborhood Council board member. I thank you for reunifying Silver Lake. However, Echo Park also needs to be intact, stay intact. We have much more in common with Echo Park and Los Feliz and East Hollywood than we do with the western parts of the redrawn district. And so I urge you to keep the ethnic enclaves intact as well, like historic Filipino town. And last week, in the last meetings, folks in Echo Park and the historic Arroyo districts asked to be kept together. And I don't see that in these new maps, and I encourage that as well.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Sylvia Tidwell. Sylvia Tidwell, go ahead and unmute yourself. And you also have up to 1 minute to give your public comment. Our next speaker, Sylvia Tidwell. Hello.
Yes, thank you. Am I on?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. My name is Sylvia Tidwell, and I'm the president of the Santa Fe Art Colony Tenants Association. We are a 501c3 with the mission of providing affordable housing for artists. The Art Colony is in CD 14 at the southern border of the city, directly south of the officially designated Arts District. Historically, we have been an integral part of the downtown artist community. We support keeping the Santa Fe Art Colony and all of downtown in Council District 14. We have been well represented by our CD 14 elected officials, and we love the staff. We are a community of interest, and our values and history are similar to our neighbors in the Arts District just to our north. We ask the commissioners to adopt map B2 and to keep the Santa Fe Colony and all of downtown whole and in CD 14. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Zaya Islam. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Our next speaker is Zaya Islam.
Hi, I'm Zia Islam. I'm the General Secretary of Bangladesh Unity Federation Los Angeles, and I want to state my unequivocal support for keeping Koreatown intact because of historical reasons and because we are part of Koreatown as well. Little Bangladesh is part of Koreatown. So I'll not take 1 minute, just 10 seconds. I would like to keep Koreatown as is. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. Our next group of speakers, I do see the hand back up for Azuzena Favela, followed by Richard Herman and Hans Beschel. So Azuzena Favela, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give comment. Oh, once again, our next speaker, Azuzena Favela. No, okay, well, we're going to now move on to the next person on the list, Richard Herman. Richard Herman, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, all right, how to unmute?
Oh, you're good. We can hear you loud and clear.
All right, anyway, so I've lived in the Hancock Park, Wilton Ridge area since 1953. And member of the Land Use Committee for the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council for at least 12 years or so. So I definitely know the fabric of the area. And I just know that from Western, to the West, we feel that there's, much more connection with Larchmont area, Larchmont community. I've been born and raised in Southern California, Pasadena, and definitely appreciate the opportunities that everybody's been given by our diverse community. That's not an issue here. The issue is who people link to. And I respect your difficult task. You're not drawing just lines across a map, but to respect your directive to keep neighborhoods, communities intact. And I hope that you will keep the areas west of Western to the Greater Wilshire.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker, Hans Beischel, followed by L.A. Can. So Hans Beischel, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to a minute.
Thank you. These draft maps are unjust. They are the reactionary result of the collectivism we saw in the last election. This grassroots community power has terrified those who have enjoyed a decades-long unchecked monopolistic grasp on the Los Angeles political machine. You have a choice here: to continue the immoral consolidation of power in the hands of the few, the white, and the rich, or to exercise your moral mandate to uphold the interests of the diverse majority who call the city home. Your duty today is not to hearken back on some selfish and nostalgic notion of what Los Angeles has been, but instead to usher in a more just, representative, and equitable future for the city we all love. As many callers have said before me, please unify Koreatown in District 4, unify Highland Park in District 1, and unify Silver Lake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies. I think I mentioned our next speaker incorrectly. It is a speaker identified as I can. So once again, if you're a speaker identified as I can, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Dylan Hosier, the CEO of the Israeli American Civic Action Network, an organization that represents the Israeli immigrant community here in LA, including the Orthodox community. As noted by an earlier speaker and several other speakers, some of the current map shifts impact neighborhoods with large populations for a community of interest that is the Orthodox community, the Orthodox Jewish community. Yet today is a high holiday for the Jewish community, and so they have no ability to participate as their traditions prohibit it. How is this commission planning on giving inclusive voice to this community besides written comment? How can equity be found? We ask that you please allow this community to participate and think of this community when scheduling future meetings. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Chair Ali, I do believe we are at the 1 hour mark.
Yes, I want to extend, given the large number of people, I want to extend for another 15 minutes.
Okay, that's excellent. But we would like to give anybody who had mentioned before an opportunity. I believe we gave Azucena Favela an opportunity, but we may have cut them off. So if I see your hand is still up, if you would like to unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Azucena Favela, a longtime resident and now homeowner in Council District 9. Thank you for taking on this very important task of gathering community input. As you know, and you've heard today, Council District 9 is the poorest district in the city of Los Angeles. As proposed, removing the Lucas Museum, Bank of California Stadium, and USC would be a devastating blow to the economic well-being of my community. City 9 has historically been underrepresented to vital services like street cleaning and tree trimming. We now have over 5,000 unhoused individuals. We need the current tax base to continue delivering these vital services. I do not endorse either of the proposed maps as it neglect to take into consideration the lifeline the Expo Park area represents to the 9th. We already lost downtown Los Angeles to Council District 14. You absolutely cannot send us to our death sentence by removing our key economic engine of the Exposition Park area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm going to announce our next group of speakers. They include Aida Ashuri, Orlando Martinez, Patricia Carroll, and Christian with a K. So Aida Ashuri, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi, thank you so much. I want to also say I'm a member of the Los Feliz Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking on my personal capacity. I would just like to describe my dismay at the drawing of Los Feliz for multiple reasons. It's being lumped with a completely different demographic. Los Feliz is 80% renters. It's being lumped with a very wealthy landowning, homeowning regions, and this is basically suppressing their voices within the community. As well, Los Feliz has already suffered from being split up, so I'm very much against every single map has basically split up Los Feliz in this way. And so please don't water down renters' votes. Please don't water down people who are known to be politically active, and make sure to combine similar interests and uplift people's voices. And this is also in violation of the proposed amendment, motion, which I also support, of keeping the neighborhood councils intact. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, Orlando Martinez, go ahead and unmute yourself. Orlando Martinez, you're our next speaker, and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Okay. Good evening. My name is Orlando Martinez. I was raised in Boyle Heights for the majority of my life, and my family continues to live within the community, now totaling 24 years. I am here with Inner City Struggle. Our communities are made of working class immigrants who have been feeling the effects of the COVID pandemic. These primarily Spanish-speaking Latino communities have their own interests, which include affordable housing, immigrant rights, and better opportunities for our youth. Our communities value family and education to ensure that our young folks can succeed in any environment. During this pandemic, our communities have looked out for each other by connecting each other with food, medical resources, and mental health supports, among other resources. We ask that you allow the communities of Boyle Heights, El Sereno, and Lincoln Heights to continue to stand in solidarity with one another so that we can continue to fight for better conditions for our families, friends, and neighbors under one district. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. Our next speaker, Patricia Carroll, go ahead and unmute yourself. Hello, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Patricia Carroll, you're our next speaker.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. My name is Patricia Carroll. We in Greater Wilshire have worked so hard, and it's such a disadvantage on outreach to define and clarify the correct.
Well.
What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
To define and clarify the correct eastern boundaries of Greater Wilshire. The true boundaries as determined by the City Council action are Western Avenue, not Wilton Place. The existence of Greater Wilshire seems to fall on deaf ears. I don't see the correct boundaries reflected in any of the new draft maps, nor do I see any attempt to keep Greater Wilshire whole. We are a group of 15 neighborhoods, not federations or business interests, and as such are true communities of interest. Please honor the Western Avenue boundaries for Koreatown, and please keep the Western Avenue boundary for Koreatown, and please keep Greater Wilshire whole. I always wonder what the task force boundaries are based on.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. Our next speaker, Christian with a K. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi, commissioners. Thank you for taking on this task and listening to what we have to say. My name is Christian Cardenas, and I was born and raised in Lincoln Heights, one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city. I love my community and I want the best for it. And what's best for my working class community is having representation and allies who face the struggles so we can organize with them. Boyle Heights and El Sereno have, of course, historically been great allies. Together, we fought for better conditions in our schools going back to the 60s, and more recently in the 2000s during A through G for All. However, the work continues. Residents of Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, and El Sereno, we're working class people. We're fighting to stay in our homes. We're fighting displacement and asking for better education and financial opportunities. I'm an academic advisor, and students from Lincoln, Wilson, Roosevelt, they're having the same fears and the same experiences. So we need representation focused on these issues instead of representatives who just let expensive development run rampant and push people from their homes. So I just close with sharing that I would not have heard about this process if not for my work. So people in my community, we don't really have time to sit around and attend these meetings.
Sorry, but your time is up, sir. We want to announce our next group of speakers. They are going to include Melinda Liberatore, followed by Laura, Steve Kang, and Gary Fordyce. So Melinda Liberatore, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melinda Liberatore, and I also live in part of Sherman Oaks. I'm sure you guys are used to us by now. Anyway, our boundaries are Burbank Boulevard to Oxnard, the 405 to Hazeltine, and 10 years ago, we became part of Sherman Oaks, and we're an integral part of Sherman Oaks. We are still part of Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, although we are part of Sherman Oaks. So if you're going to be basing this on that, we don't think that's very fair. We have 6,900 residents in our neighborhood, and as you can tell, we are very coordinated. We endorse map A1 District D and map B2 District D, although like we've all said, map B is better for us. The Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association considers us an integral part of Sherman Oaks. We're all very involved, and we don't want to be split up. We want to be Sherman Oaks. We fought really hard to become part of Sherman Oaks. We want to stay part of Sherman Oaks. So if you could please make that happen, we would really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Laura. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Our next speaker is identified as Laura. Okay, actually, I don't think we have them online anymore. Our next speaker is Steve Kang. Steve Kang, you are next up to speak. You can unmute yourself now, and you'll have up to a minute.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Steve King, and I'll speak on motion number 4. I live on the corner of St. Andrew's Place and Olympic Boulevard, and I've been engaged with the Koreatown Redistricting Task Force, and I want to reiterate that the task force is not trying to divide any neighborhood, nor are we trying to redefine the neighborhood council boundary. The task force hosted 3 virtual town halls where we had over 250 residents of Korean, Latinx, Bangladeshi, and other diverse communities. Moreover, we have collected over 5,000 signatures that support our movement. Our ask is that the commission keep the boundaries submitted by the task force in a single district. And I also would like to recommend that Koreatown and Greater Wilshire be kept whole in CD4 so that all of our neighborhoods are kept intact. Lastly, I recognize that this process is extremely difficult, and I want to thank all of you for your tremendous service. Thank you very much.
Thank you for our comment. Our next speaker, Gary Fordyce. Gary Fordyce, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to a minute as well.
Yes, can you hear me?
A little bit low. Could you turn up your volume?
I'm on a phone. It's the best I can do. Can you hear me?
Okay, there you go, loud and clear.
Thank you. How dare attempts be made to recombine North Hills West and North Hills East? A decades-old, time-honored petition divorced our 2 communities. North Hills West must remain in CD12. North Hills East has gangs, high crime, drugs, prostitution, industrial zones, and apartments. We cannot shop or do business as they will not speak English. I endorse maps A1L and D1I, either one of those. North Hills West is entirely a single-family residential community having commonality with CD12. As a homeowner for 45 years, North Hills West has always been CD12. If it ain't broke, please, please don't break it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next group of speakers are going to include Philip Murphy, Kodakot Sorun Chartinoff, and Tanai K. So Philip Murphy, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to a minute to give your comment. So our next speaker, Philip Murphy, hello.
Hello, thank you for getting to me and extending the time for us. I live in Echo Park. My name is Philip Murphy. I live in Echo Park, which is currently in CD13, and I'm also the co-president of the Citizens Committee to Save Elysian Park, which is a nonprofit organization that's been around since 1965, made up of community members from Echo Park, Solano Canyon, Angelino Heights, Atwater, LaSalle Park, and so forth that use the park. Our desire is historically the park has been divided in 2 between 2 council districts. We would like that to continue, whatever these new council districts are. We just ask that the park be evenly divided between the 2 council districts. I'm also a citizen of Echo Park, and I submitted a map, variation on District M map, ID 38448, modified 1 map version 2. Please take a look at it. It essentially keeps our neighborhood together as it's configured under CD13. Very, very appreciative of you including me.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, Kodakot Sarun Chartana. And apologies if I did not pronounce that correctly, but unmute yourself and you can introduce yourself.
Can you
have
hear
up
me?
to a minute. Loud and clear.
All right, my name is Korkat. I was born in Thailand and raised in Thai town. I work in the community, and none of the maps proposed take into account any Thais grievances or disapprovals. Splitting up Thai town means splitting up the advocacy and voice of Thais and the undocumented. We're reduced to a small statistic in both the 13th district and the 4th district. Keeping Thai town whole in one district along with historic Filipina town and Little Armenia, as well as Little and Koreatown, strengthens our collective voice. It's hard enough to get resources and services to our community. And with how things have been going, you know, there's not a lot of Thai's voices here. I'd like to thank you guys for hearing me out, but looking at the 4 proposed maps, I don't think you're listening to me or my community. And this is how it's gonna be. I'd imagine it's gonna be much harder when you cleave Thai town in half.
Okay, thank you for your comment, speaker. Our next speaker, Tanai K or Tani K. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to a minute as well.
Yes, my name is Tana Kay. I've lived in El Sereno and Highland Park for 30 years. First of all, I'd like to thank the commission, but would also like to encourage the commission to allow more time for public comment. I've been on hold for over an hour tonight and for several hours last night. I know that there's a lot of people on hold that aren't being heard, but I would like to encourage the commission to unite Highland Park in one city, in CD 14. Much of Highland Park is in CD 14, some of it is in CD 1. I think you need to use the neighborhood council districts for dividing lines, because that would, the Highland Park Senior Center, the Highland Park Rec Center, and the Veterans Square are in a different city council district. It's very confusing at Highland Park neighborhood council meetings, which I attend, to have things split up. I also attend the HPOZ.
Sorry, Speaker, but your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, I do believe we have time for another comment from our next speaker is Mary Grace Barrios. Mary Grace Barrios.
Yeah, please. And this will have to be our last speaker. Thank you.
So Mary Grace Barrios, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute. So once again, our speaker that we're trying to give an opportunity is Mary Grace Barrios. There she goes.
Hi, yes. We would really like to see that the different communities like Historic Filipino Town, Thai Town, Koreatown, you know, which has unique communities as well as even businesses, which attract people from all over, not just in the city of LA. So keeping them, you know, uniquely in the district will service these communities, not just the residents, but as well as the business community. So that's a win-win situation for the city, bringing in taxes and contribute to the different, makes our different communities unique. So thank you again.
Oh. Okay, I believe we lost audio at the very end, but I think that concludes public comment, Chair Ali. And if we wanted to remind members of the public who did not give a chance to give public testimony, you can still email the commission staff at redistricting.lacity@lacity.org.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very, very much. And let's bring the public testimony to a close. Thank you. Thank you, Rob, for a good job as usual. So commissioners, I want to go back now to where we left off last night, speaking of on agenda item 1, the only agenda item for this meeting. As I said before, public testimony, we did have a motion that was offered yesterday that was tabled until with the understanding that an amendment would be offered by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Barrett has prepared an amendment to the motion. And Commissioner, do you want, Ariana, can you bring up the wording of that motion? And while she's doing so, can I entertain a motion for that amendment? Commissioner Barrett?
I so move.
Is there a second? Senator Blanco, thank you very much, Senator Blanco. So is there discussion of the motion? Can we have the motion on the screen, please? Thank you, Ariana. Is there discussion of the motion? Commissioner Barrett, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair Ali. So my aim was to integrate the comments from last night's discussion and find a way of referencing the ad hoc regional group reports, which had some additional level of detail on specific neighborhoods or commercial corridors, but to still maintain the flexibility of the to the extent feasible language as we're seeing from the testimony. There's a lot to take into account. So basically 3 goals. 1, to integrate the nuanced references to specific neighborhoods and concepts articulated in the regional reports. 2, to incorporate those references in a way that allows the commission to remain flexible in their application. And 3, to then add and incorporate the actual ad hoc regional reports into this document. So when the record is formed and the city council and the public are reviewing all of the data, they have all of the regional documentation in one place.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Polanco, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'll move I'll call for the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Can I have the language brought down on the screen so I can see thank you. So the question has been called. So can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Fred Ali.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sonia Diaz.
Yes.
Vice Chair David Hyun.
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor Edward Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Alyssa Barrett.
Yes.
Commissioner Sharice Bremond.
Yes.
Commissioner Maria Brenes.
Yes.
Commissioner Dennis Caña.
Yes.
Commissioner Rocky Delgadillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Andrew Garston.
Yes.
Commissioner Richard Katz.
Abstain.
Commissioner Nam Le.
Yes.
Commissioner Miguel Martinez.
Yes.
Commissioner Wendy Mitchell. Commissioner Wendy Mitchell.
You're muted.
I apologize. I thought I unmuted. Yes.
Commissioner Tammy Membreño.
Yes.
Commissioner Carlos Moreno.
Yes.
Commissioner Richard Polanco.
Aye.
Commissioner Michelle Pritchard.
Yes.
Commissioner Valerie Lynn Shaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Alexandra Sa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners. So now I want to go to back to a discussion of draft maps. So before I turn it over to Paul Mitchell from Redistricting Partners, I want to just try to summarize where I think we were when we recessed last night. So we had a presentation of maps by Redistricting Partners, as well as some explanation by Executive Director Cardenas. And as we got towards the end of the meeting, there was sentiment to use B2 and C2 to build upon for a presentation of a new map for the commission to consider at tonight's meeting. This morning, or following, I should say, late last night, following the meeting, and then this morning, Frank Cardenas and I met with Paul Mitchell, and we discussed the process for bringing these two maps together, B2 and C2. It was our judgment that by the end of yesterday's meeting, there seemed to be consensus building around the valley, around the B2 conception for the valley, and the C2 conception for the balance of the city. Now that judgment may have been an error, and so that's what we want to discuss today, because I want to remind commissioners that these maps have been specifically developed to have modular parts that can be moved as the commission sees fit. So this map being presented today is not intended as a map being endorsed by staff or anyone else. It's just a conception that we can use to continue our discussion going forward. So, and I expect that we're going to have a full discussion of that, and there may be interest on doing exactly what I said earlier and moving component parts of both maps into a new configuration. So with that, Paul, I want to go back to you. And Paul, it might be good because we have so many people on the call tonight that were not possibly on the call yesterday, and it was a long night. So you might want to just do a brief overview of the process used to develop the maps in general. So thank you.
Paul, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Get that out of the way. Thanks for having me. I wanted to get started with the same basic presentation that we provided last time. Commissioners have seen this before, but we know with these redistricting hearings that oftentimes community members come to a hearing. It might be the first time that they've watched this. And so it's important for them to kind of have the same baseline understanding of the process that we've gone through to get here today. So the entire process has been built upon a foundation of public submissions. We have utilized a tool called Districtor that was developed by some groups associated with the nonprofit community and Tufts University. And it gave the ability for the public to draw their own communities of interest and also to draw full or partial districting plans. We received over 100 submissions from the public, in fact, over 125. And these publicly drawn plans that are available for anybody to see have been they've been driving the discussion that we've been having leading up to this hearing yesterday and today. When members are using the tool, they can see plans with overlapping neighborhoods or existing city council district lines. They can look at the density of the Latino, Asian, or African American eligible voter populations, which are called the citizen voting age populations from the US Census. They can also see data tables, giving them information not only about how balanced their districts are or how equal sized they are, but also the underlying composition of those districts based on its Asian, Latino, and African American citizen voting age populations. We have converted 125 of these public submissions into 17-page packets that include the overview map, a data table with the populations and deviations, and individual district maps that get into street level details with data and charts. So this treatment has been given to every map. If it was a professional line drawer using the tool or my mom in her kitchen doing the tool, it was still going to be given the same treatment. On Monday, we provided 3 sets of map packets. The first was public submissions. There were 5 plans that were identified by the interregional group and through the process we were doing at Redistricting Partners to look at some of these public submissions that seemed to meet those interregional priorities. We then went in and modified some public submissions. So we want to make this clear that the people who submitted these plans, we did make changes to those in order to make them comply with some of those interregional criteria. However, we hope that in doing so, we didn't change the underlying DNA of these districting plans. So we tried to hold true to the spirit of those submissions, but make them more in line with the interregional priorities. We then also had plans that were Redistricting Partners and staff drafts in a third packet. So after yesterday's hearing, we have taken the plans A and D and produced a new plan E, combining largely B and C and then making some other changes. And we now have those as a new version for the commission to look at. And it's worth noting that last night, late at night, the state released its prison population adjustment. The statewide prison population adjustment takes the 125 incarcerated persons in California correctional facilities, removes them from the census block counts where they're currently incarcerated, and then reallocates them around the state to where they were living prior to their incarceration. Now, the state of the 120 or so thousand people that they were able to take out, they were only able to identify. Richard, I think you need to mute yourself. They were only able to identify about 90,000 of those for reallocating them around the state. Of those 90,000, 2/3 of them, they were able to reallocate to exact addresses that they were living when they were incarcerated. And the other 30,000 or 1/3, they had to distribute throughout maybe a city or a county, depending on what information they had from that inmate when they were incarcerated. So it's a new process for California, but one that we were able to very quickly implement in these draft maps you'll be seeing. There's a public plans report, which we've updated with these draft maps. And just to go through these, initially we had A, B, C, and D. There were numbers associated with those to speak to which configuration they were most aligned to. A1 maintained a lot of the same structure, San Fernando Valley, the Koreatown Whole, the beach cities, and the downtown area coming up and with the downtown boundary. A, B, C, and D were extensively discussed at last night's hearing. And that video is actually already up on the commission website. So you can watch a real thorough discussion of these districts, not only from the whole citywide view, but also from a regional lens, going region by region to look at the construction of those districts and the interconnection from those to the to where they met with other regions. Draft Plan E was created based on direction from last night, utilizing B and C. And I want to reiterate something that was said by Fred, or I think it was from Fred. We still maintained a lot of the modular nature of this plan. If I was to, if you're looking right here at this plan and you can see the D district, I can't point at it with my finger. That doesn't make any sense to anybody. But if I point at it with my mouse and we look at this district D, we can see the entire valley here and how it connects down into Los Feliz and in towards Hollywood and doesn't cross Mulholland. And now if we go back through D, C, B, and A, they are largely equal in the amount of population that is spilling over through kind of that 101 corridor. So if we go into a discussion tonight and we have a discussion, say, about a part of, you know, we're going to discuss Los Feliz or Glassell Park or Staples Center or things like that, the things we're going to discuss, know that any construction down there that's one that has been drawn by redistricting partners would be fully interchangeable with any version of the valley that's been drawn so far. The additional plans F, G, and H are exactly the same as E, except for different constructions of the southern region. The southern regions seem to have some additional open questions, and we wanted to make sure that we provided some alternatives for that. And I want to now change to a different, I'm going to change to a PDF that we've done that we can dive into these a little bit more. And before we go into discussion, I'm going to show some PDFs. I'm also going to show a little bit of Maptitude. So if you'll bear with me for a second, I'm going to change this. So we have this draft plan E for starters. And if there's anything that we want to look at here, we have the draft plan E, and those packets are on the website with this agenda item. I want to point out some things for the public to look at when they're looking at this draft plan E in this packet, in all of our packets. These deviations, that's the amount that any plan is, any individual district is from the ideal population size. The total plan deviation is the sum of the absolute value of the largest and smallest. So the plan deviation of E, I see one of -3.4 and one of +2.4. So the plan deviation of this plan would be 5.8. It'd be the deviation of this plan. In addition to that deviation, I want you to draw your eyes down to the lower part of this page. This in purple is the citizen voting age population for Latinos, Asians, and African Americans. That allows us to see what could be if there's any concerns or metrics needed around effectiveness or voting rights. Those are the numbers we will look at. In addition, every district is in here with a better zoom picture of it, so you can see a little bit more of the street level, all of the same data. And in the lower right-hand corner is a faded out picture of the map. But when you see the district that is being looked at, you can see its position in the city. So as I scroll through these maps, you can see that district position is changing. And so when you see a shape like this, you don't have to think, well, where is that? Is that in the valley? Is it downtown? I can't tell. Well, you can look right here and see where that is relative to the entire city. So that is the packet. We have the maps all the way from A to B, C, D, E, F, G, H. All those maps we can look at and go back and forth, and you can see how the valley in a way kind of is somewhat fixed and can be modular to the other pieces. And then I have for the South region, since this is something where there's been a lot of conversation, and I think some of the relationships between these districts, I want to point out that they can be done with a rather fixed boundary depending on the version of the plan. So you'll see, I think in all of these plans as an example, that this boundary stays the same. And then you'll see this District J, the green one, changing depending on the version. So from Plan A to B to C to D to E. And then once we get to E, F is just a version of E where we change the relationship between these two districts. G, again, is a difference in the relationship of those two districts and where Watts is going. H, again, these two districts. Those are the differences in those plans, but there's obviously more potential versions that can be drawn there. And then while we have that, we can also flip through I have maps of the individual, of the West, East, and Valley that I can bring up in this configuration, although I'll have to load that in a minute. Let me show the last thing that is going to be a tool for us tonight. During the outreach hearings, I think folks became very used to seeing this kind of a map. This is essentially the map that we were utilizing when we were having callers call in and say what neighborhood they were calling from or what neighborhood they wanted to talk about. We took away a lot of the functionality of the map at that time to allow it to be more just a focus on what the neighborhoods looked like. But now we have those neighborhood lines that we've come to recognize. And in addition to those neighborhood lines, we have draft plan E here. And so we can look at draft plan E. And then if there was a desire, say to look at C and that valley configuration of C, we could look at that in here and have the ability to, in this construction, actually look at this. The plan E is actually the active layer. So sorry for a little technical language here, but the plan E, I can actually make changes in a live line drawing fashion. If there are things that commissioners want to see as we get later into the night, as potential changes. It is not as elegant a process to draw lines in the Maptitude program. You're making a change and then waiting for the little spinner to move and then getting to see what that looks like. If we have some things that people want to look at and ask a question like, how many people are in that little part, or what would happen if we changed this? We can do some of that using E, and potentially with maybe a little 10-minute break or something, I could probably look at some other questions that would require me to switch around and switch what program I'm looking at or what plan I'm looking at. So with that, I'm happy to pass it back to the chair and bring up what other maps he feels would be valuable for helping guide the discussion. And I'm the one that's talking, but we also have staff monitoring this and taking notes. So if there are things that are talked about, we can refer back to those after this hearing. And with that, I'll pass it back to the chairman.
Thank you very, very much, Paul. And I want to open up and see if commissioners have any questions for Paul, anything about the construction of the maps or any general comments on the maps before we get to specifics.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Commissioner Mitchell?
Yep. Thank you, Paul. Great job. I would like to talk about the process going forward, because I'm looking at these maps based on the hearing that we had last night, and I don't see many of the comments that were made incorporated. And I know that, decisions have to be made, et cetera, but I'm concerned that, this is then the second night, we're going to get into granular detail, but there isn't the fundamental kind of a big picture changes that I thought we had suggested. I know some suggestions that I had made were not included. So I just want to talk about what the process looks like going forward. So when those decisions are going to be made, so I can be aware of, when I need to say again what I said before, or have someone mansplain it for me. So if someone could just explain.
I don't think that anybody needs to do that for you, Commissioner.
You won't, honey.
So I'll let Fred answer this as well, but I'll just say from my perspective, I think that there are two types of input that could be had. Simply saying, hey, I just think we should swap this module for that module. If I can confirm that that's a swappable element, then we can just put a check mark there and we can have a draft plan, that meets that. If you're going to say, hey, I brought up in the last meeting that I wanted to potentially move this to this, we could maybe look at it and maybe there would be a reason why we could say that became a problem or mathematically didn't work out or had a negative effect on the, potential vote dilution of a district neighboring or something like that. So there might be some explanation, but we were obviously working on a pretty quick turnaround. So there might've been some things that just, fell off a radar a bit. So I apologize for that. If there's something that you had said that you need to beat me over the head with a little bit more.
No, of course. And I understand that. It's not that I do not want to beat you over the head. It was a quick turnaround and this is a lot. I just want to understand when, next decisions I see, based on the calendar, it's, the 29th adoption of the draft map. So if tonight is our last input and we're going to look at that, then, where are additional decisions going to be made? Are they going to be, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So I think that's a chair question, really, Paul.
It is, Chair. Thank you.
So Commissioner Mitchell, tonight was scheduled to be the last meeting prior to before staff comes back to us on the 29th with a final map for us a final draft map. I want to underscore draft map for us to consider. We're going to see how far we get tonight. And it may be that we need to schedule another meeting this week for further discussion. But we are, so as we go through the various components of the map that has been developed, I mean, certainly ask questions if you want clarification. This is the time to do that. Okay. So,
all right, well, the only thing I would add is that if we could give it a couple of days in between this conversation and when the next set of maps come out, so we can, you know, staff can have time to get some sleep so it's not a mess, and B, we have time to digest it. So I just, you know, this quick turnaround and then things not being included, I feel like, you know, that concerns me, I guess. You know, I'm new to the process, so just trying to figure it out.
It's a point well taken. So, Commissioner Kanya.
Thank you, Chair Ali. And again, Paul, thank you very much for the presentation. Great presentation. There was one thing, I have a procedural question as I was looking through your material, and I don't know if you could bring up page 63 from your presentation last night. I had noticed that of the 4 recommended maps that you had presented, A1, B2, C2, and D1, we received over 125 complete maps, I think far more partial maps, and yet all 4 of the maps were based on 2 maps, 44453 and 42477. Can you talk a little bit about why? What was it that was so compelling about those maps? And do we know who the author of those 2 maps were? You're on mute.
To answer the second question first, we do not know who the author of any of those maps were. And then secondly, I don't remember exactly what was most compelling about those 2. I believe that the other ones that we had as the proposed draft maps, it might have been the way that the Koreatown connection was just like Koreatown and downtown only. And that it ended up, I believe, taking away, I think it just didn't meet with the principles as much as the others, but I could go back and look and refresh my memory as to why those were kind of not moved forward into the draft. And it was just by coincidence that 44453 became the starting point for the other 2 maps, D, C, and D. But I tried to do an A and a B only. And so for the A and B only, I tried to find the one that best fit each of those 2 configurations as a starting point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to some additional questions, I just wanted to mention that what I was going to suggest is that we essentially, similar to what we did at the towards the close of yesterday's, or towards the end of yesterday's meeting, is we once again went back and began looking at this on a regional basis. And my plan was actually to go to the south, because a number of maps there, configurations were developed by redistricting partners that maybe we should discuss and see if there's commission input and maybe closure on any of those configurations. And then we could go to the west and go to the valley and go to the east. So that was, to me, one way to proceed. But let me take additional questions. I think Commissioner Barrett, I think your hand was up, and then Commissioner Polanco, and then Commissioner Garstin.
Thank you very much, Chair Ali, and thank you to Paul Mitchell and everyone at Redistricting Partners, and to our staff at the commission. I suspect that you did not sleep at all last night, and thank you for that enormous effort. I too am concerned about having time to process and digest all of the data. And while I appreciate all of the different layers of information that have been incorporated into the packets, you know, as they say, the rubber meets the road at street level. And it certainly would be, I would feel that I'm doing my duty if I were able to look at some of these, the A through H draft plans with the level of detail that we're able to access in Districtor. So I just wanted to get a sense of what would be our process to make that information available, and would it be available to the public as well as the commissioners? And then my second suggestion to Chair Ali, it seems that there is relative consensus around the valley, including the exit through the 101, but that a lot of the motion that we're hearing that could happen based on public testimony really relates to the south and the east, with a spillover effect to the west. And so just respectfully, you had mentioned Southwest Valley East, but I wonder if we might do, Southeast West Valley.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think the purpose tonight is to test whether or not there in fact was consensus. So thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Polanco, I think you were next. Commissioner Polanco?
Yeah, my question, Mr. Chairman, my question is more of process, and I think it was just answered in terms of going southeast. And I would concur with that, provided that the testimony that is forthcoming from the commissioners are regional based, so that all the commissioners can have an opportunity to engage.
So we'll go Southwest East Valley. That's fine. Okay. Commissioner Commissioner Garston, I think you were next, and then Commissioner.
No, Commissioner Suh was next. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you very much. That's very gracious. Commissioner Suh.
Thank you. And I also echo the thanks to the staff who've been working so hard on this. And I echo Commissioner Barrett's comments about needing a little bit more time to really think through the implications of these maps. But what I wanted to say on process is this, that some of the districts, especially closer to the central part of Los Angeles, are not possible to sequester into one region because they impact each other. And so I want to get away from this notion that there are people who can talk about the South, people who can talk about the East, people who can talk about the North, and so on, because these districts do really impact each other so deeply.
It's a point well taken. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garston, now I think you're up.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to know what out of the motion that we passed, the 4 points that we passed, does that is that something that should be instructing map construction, or is it a way that we're supposed to be going back and looking at map construction and validating what we've done?
From my standpoint, it's both, but I will also defer to our map expert, our consultant, Paul, if you want to answer, if you want to weigh in on that as well.
Yeah, I would say that it's both. I think that in the right setup, the consultants and the commissioners are both playing a role, and you are the ones that are ultimately deciding. But when you're giving me or our staff criteria and priorities, we're trying to think of a better word for than like channeling your input. But we are trying to take the input that we've heard and make use of that when we're drawing lines, just in the same way as we try to note as we're making potential changes what public testimony has been provided. But it has to be a two-part solution. You wouldn't say these are our priorities, now demographer go draw plans and submit them to the county registrar. Nor would you say these are our priorities and we're not going to actually look at the map drawing process and those challenges. So it has to be both.
Commissioner Delgadillo.
Yeah, I really have a much more of a perception issue to raise. I got I don't know how people found my contact information, but a lot of people got to me today and said, you are being, the commission is being deceitful by using these letters instead of the council members' districts. And I know that that's part of of the software that we're using, and it just randomly assigns these letters to the district. But I'm wondering if there's any way that we can correct that, especially as we're moving closer and closer to a final map, and say, okay, this is CD10, this is CD4, this is, is there any way that we can do that so that we don't deal with this perception that ultimately becomes reality, that we're somehow trying to deceive the public? So is there any way that we can do that? That would be great.
I'll chime in here if that's okay, Fred, just because
Yes,
that was
please,
kind of a
Paul.
process
Please,
we
Paul.
utilize. Using letters is a process we utilize in all of our redistrictings, and we're happy to change it to a numbering that you guys want to recommend. But the reason we do that is because, as you can imagine, the first drafts, some of those drafts really kind of deconstructed existing districts, and we don't want to have a demographer or a line drawer making decisions as to which council member or community should feel like, oh, my district moved over here or my district moved over there. And so generally the numbering process is done at the very end. And generally it utilizes different criteria. Like in Long Beach, where we're doing the redistricting, there's an ordinance that requires that the numbering be done based on the most population from the prior districts. And in other instances, there would be, maybe some decisions made near the end to change the numbering in a way in order to accommodate, any concerns that the commission, or in this case, since it's going to the council, that the council might have. So we try to take that presumption away from the line drawer by converting everything to letters. But of course, if you wanted to have us do this plan and we write up a little document that says A is this number and B is that number, we could change it back to numbers. We just want, that becomes your job, not the demographer's job, in a way, is what I'm trying to say. Because it can have implications, obviously. I don't want to do something that accidentally makes somebody's district an odd to an even and changes the election for some, the election year for somebody just because a demographer was, drawing numbers that they thought made sense.
Right. So maybe Chair, we can pick those numbers. That is our job. That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Pritchard.
Thank you. And yes, hearty congratulations to the staff and to redistricting partners, as many have said. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the new maps that were released this afternoon, maps E through H. It looks to me like there are at least 9 districts that are unchanged between those 4 maps, maybe more, and that what we're doing here is really focusing in on districts, let me see, E, I, and O. That's where there are differences between the 4 set of maps. Otherwise, many of the districts look completely equal in population size with very similar boundaries. Is that right, Paul?
Yeah, I think that there's a number of, in your region, I think that that there were not very many changes. So yeah, the valley seats, let's say those were treated as modules, so we didn't make changes within the valley. We just picked one of the existing structures, and we can switch that back to pick a different one. I'd say the most movement was around Koreatown and making those changes and the kind of revolution of changes that were occurring as a result of that. And then of course, after E, F, G, and H have those differences in the southern region, but don't make changes in any other part of the city.
Thank you, Paul. Commissioner Berman.
No, and I'm sorry, I've been traveling, so kind of not had an opportunity, but just all of the feedback regarding CD9 tonight of really moving USC out of CD9. And so I'm just trying to understand that process.
Commissioner, I think that I would like to move the discussion to the south and consider the different configurations that that Paul has drawn. I think there's a question outstanding in the south about watts that needs to be decided. We need guidance from the commission. There's a question about economic drivers, assets. We've heard testimony from 9 regarding their feeling about that. We've also heard testimony from residents within 8. So I think those that issue needs discussion and guidance from this commission. So that's where I would like to go next.
I think we're ready to discuss. We're ready.
I do too. Commissioner Yoon?
You're muted, Commissioner Yoon.
You're muted, Commissioner Yoon.
Thanks, Chair Ali, and thank you to Paul. But I do have a clarifying question. I know I heard some questions asked about the process, right? And I do realize, and as I think Commissioner Pritchard pointed out, there wasn't not a lot of changes in the northern part of the city. So I guess that my question is, when do you think, or when can we expect, I guess, the adjustments or like a revised map sent to us so we can kind of figure out how much time? Because I'd like to at least try to get some time on my calendar to be able to digest and also analyze and look at the maps. So I just wanted to know what that process was. I don't think I understand or heard what that process is going to be.
Yeah.
So Paul, you might want to chime in here too, but I think that I think what it appears we're moving towards is another meeting this week. I would ask people to start looking at their calendars and look at Thursday. I would hope that by the end of Thursday's meeting, we can, and by the way, I choose Thursday. That will give everyone, first of all, a day's break between these meetings. It will also give people an opportunity to digest some of this mapping detail that you've been provided. But it would be my hope, if we're going to meet our deadlines, is that it would be my hope that following Thursday's meeting, we would be able to provide staff and redistricting partners enough guidance that they could come back to us rather soon. Paul has demonstrated a remarkable ability to turn this around rather quickly, but come back to us soon with a map that captures the guidance that has been provided by the commission, and then we would take that up at Wednesday's meeting. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Yoon. Thank you. And can we go to the south?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I still have a question, Chair.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Commissioner Larson.
So what I want to know is, I provided input last night, as did other commissioners. Did that input go out the window, or is it put on a, did it not work? Do we do the same thing again? So I'm not really clear about what happened before, and also like, when do the regional reports get taken into consideration? I mean, so I'm sort of, and
Let me try to answer that, Commissioner
yeah,
Garza.
go ahead.
Yeah, let me try to answer that. As I said yesterday in response to the same question, the regional reports and the interregional reports have been taken into consideration. There is notes in the maps that Paul developed, some nexus point notes that demonstrate that. When we get to a discussion, your comments specifically focused on the eastern part. When we get to the discussion in a minute here about the east, you can raise questions about whether or not your comments were taken into consideration or not taken into consideration. That's part of the process we're involved in today. So, Commissioner Barrett.
Yes, I absolutely and completely respect our desire to have further time for reflection, and I am just wondering if, rather than having this additional meeting on Thursday, Chair would consider next Monday. And I ask for two reasons. One, I would love for the staff and redistricting partners to have a couple days to get us versions of the maps that have some of the level of detail that a number of commissioners have requested, so they can really dive into that street level view. And two, many of the commissioners here, and I think this is wonderful, are nonprofit leaders. And as you all know, September and October, 'tis the season for annual fundraising galas. So to respect those of us that are trying to balance very seriously our duties as commissioners and our duties as executive directors, the ability to take time over the weekend would be greatly appreciated.
So let's see where we go in our discussion today, Commissioner Barrett. Point well taken, and we can make a commission. We can try to reach consensus from the commission on when would be the next best time to continue this meeting. My intention would be to recess this meeting and continue it. Unless there's some reason I can't do that. So I am now going to go to the south. And so Paul, would you please bring up your configurations of the south?
Great. So the southern region, we have gone through a number of different iterations, like I mentioned earlier. Plan A was a version where Koreatown was not in the footprint of the region. The same downtown boundary and associated boundary here of H, and then of course going over to Palms, and then obviously not crossing the 63rd connector into this area. In this configuration, District I came in and took what was discussed in some testimony and discussion, the idea of taking a northwestern portion of Watts. So that was envisioned. As we look to draw this district in a way that didn't go in and take kind of USC Coliseum area for population equality and to keep these communities together, we did it in this fashion. Each of your packets has, for Plan A, you can look at that to look at the ethnic makeup of that district in this version A. Version B, again, going out to Palms, I believe in this version, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this version took the southern part of Koreatown at 6th Street. Again, the downtown boundary and associated boundary with these two, and then it takes a very different shape where H comes in and gets a portion of Watts, and then I has the Coliseum, Expo part, the Exposition, and so on. So, and again, this connection here from O.
And Paul,
C, yeah.
Paul, can I interrupt? I just want to say, just so everyone's together, the letters correspond to going across 8, 9, and 10, or 9, 8, and 10.
Yeah. So this version C is the first one where we capture, I believe, here the entirety of the not the entirety of the full potential footprint of Koreatown, but the entirety of the footprint that was provided in the community of interest testimony for Koreatown. And no now extension further west of this District H. Plan D took this extension even further down into Palms again and changed the construction. Now this northwest corner of Watts, instead of going into a district that's going up the eastern side, it's connected back to the western side. When we get into Plan E, we get into a relationship between these districts that we're going to settle in on with regard to the Koreatown, no connection to Palms shape for this district. This district through these next 3 iterations is not going to change. What's going to change is going to be the relationship between the green, red, and blue districts I, O, and E. So in the first one in E, you can see this incursion of O. In F, it's a slightly different shape, but still the same shape down here. In G, now we've taken this district and taken the entirety of Watts, and then this separation to the west. And I can go into the Maptitude software to show this with more detail. And then H, this district on the western side crosses over, and this district on the eastern side has the entirety of Watts. So would you like for me to go into E in the mapping software to be able to look a little bit more at the neighborhoods and any other street level information?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. So we're going to look, we are in Plan E. Let me just move some things around here. We're in Plan E here. And if we come down here, we can see right now I have the LA Times neighborhoods on. I can turn on these are the LA neighborhood councils. Do you have a preference?
LA neighborhood councils.
Neighborhood councils? Okay.
Yeah.
Neighborhood councils.
Great.
Paul,
So-
quick question, because you have, this is great. What is the standard deviation for map D? Or E, sorry.
The planned deviation I think we discussed earlier was 5.8. Was that what I said? I believe I said it was 5. The deviation was 5.8.
And then across these 4 that you gave us, is that the maximum, or what is the maximum deviation, or are they all pretty much the same?
I'd have to look, and it's a little tricky because with map E, I started being able to use the new prison population adjusted data, and we have to rerun those other earlier versions with the prison population adjusted data. But the prison population adjusted data didn't change any district more than 0.5%. So if you look at your packets, it's going to be pretty dead on. There was none that was at a full 10, but I think there were some that were in the 8 or so range. And that is another point of potential adjustments. So if we were to look at district, at this district E, you can see that it comes across and takes the entirety of Watts. I and O come up, follow the neighborhood council boundaries, and follow the neighborhood council's boundaries all the way up until they get to downtown Los Angeles with the Staples Center. You can see USC here. You can see Exposition Park here. Now, if I were to look instead at F, you can see the line came out to here. So the line of this district here of, let me put the labels on these.
And that keeps USC in 9. F.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this district O in the packet now has the footprint of USC and Exposition Park in it. And you can see down the southern boundary, still Watts going south, and then this district coming underneath it, but following the neighborhood council boundaries as you're doing it. If we go to G, we go to G, now the boundaries moved back. And we now have G with the entirety of Watts in this district O. So Watts is whole, but now it's switched which district it's in. And in adding this population here, we weren't able to still move the district over. In H, you guys are all becoming experts in maptitude here. And H, you can see again the boundary with USC Exposition Park in the other district. It does come out here and get this neighborhood council, voices of 90037. It gets that neighborhood council and then comes down to and does not take the neighborhood of Watts. Watts then stays in the district to the down the Harbor Gateway. So those are the different iterations currently. If there was something that we wanted to look at or change, if it's a whole construction change, then it might require us to kind of go offline, do that and bring something back. If it was something that was small, or you're asking like, what would be the population difference to do something, we can maybe look at it by clicking on a couple buttons.
Well, I'd like to offer something and then, encourage the other area commissioners to chime in. It's always good to hear from the public. And in Region 1, we've certainly heard from a lot of people from differing thoughts. But the majority of people wanted the district to remain the same. We certainly heard from Watts, we've heard from Koreatown. Tonight, and the last couple of nights, we've heard from USC and from CD9 regarding USC in the Expedition Park area. And so I think I offer this in the spirit of Motion 2, which is keeping the neighborhood councils together, keeping the community of interest together and intact. I offer this. And again, I'm anxious to hear from the others. I say that we leave existing CD9 and CD15 the same. That we add the consolidation of the mall, Crenshaw Mall, into CD8, and that district remains the same. And I would look at CD10 with some changes around Koreatown. So I'd like to, maybe Pastor Anderson can speak to that.
Yes, I think holding it pretty much the same. Can you go, Paul, to Koreatown? I'm wondering because a lot of the impact statements that we've heard is going back and forth between what the community drew and then also what the neighborhood councils drew. So I just want to see what
100%. I think it's one of the interesting pieces of this. So these plans in E, we sought to meet the criteria of the neighborhood council as the neighborhood as defined by the community in their public interest test in their testimony. So I'll zoom into it a little bit and I'll highlight these differences. I'll turn that community of interest testimony off, and now you can see the neighborhood council is taller and then has this diving board, kind of an arrow going through it. The LA Times neighborhood is wider and shorter. And then the Koreatown submission is more of a box with one protrusion on this side, but without the protrusion over here towards Lafayette Park. So the use, what we used in determining this was to use the Koreatown submission rather than one of these other two. You can see this green box up here is the part of the neighborhood council that's outside of our area. And this part of the arrow here is outside of the area for the neighborhood council. And this part here is outside of the area from the LA Times neighborhood map.
Can I make a suggestion that we focus for the next few minutes on the question, on the piece of the proposal from Commissioner Shaw that deals with maintaining CD9 and CD8 or CD9 and 15 boundaries as currently constructed, with the addition of of the mall to CD8. I'd like to suggest that we deal with the Koreatown piece of this, in particular in 10 separately.
So let's hear from the other.
Yes.
Miguel.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Shaw, and thank you, Chair Ali. I think from these iterations, the one that does the least harm, or at least fulfills a lot of our intended values, including our most recent Motion 2, is a map like E, and having that be the starting point. I think today and in several of the comments we have heard that adding that or reverting back into the USC and the Expo kind of section back into in this case it would be District O back into it would be, I think, the ideal situation to make sure that we don't disinvest from these communities. And we've heard from the neighborhood councils that are adjacent to this area that would be most likely impacted. So I think this E, a bit with the addition of Paul Mitchell. I don't know if you're able to do that in real time, but if you can include that to see what that impact could be, and we can see that, I think would be ideal.
Namli, Lay?
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. First and foremost, I just want to echo what Commissioner Shaw and Commissioner Martinez and Anderson have said. You know, we have spent a lot of time, and we've been thoughtful, we've been thorough, and we have been exhaustive in making sure that we take in all the comments from the community, the public, but we also want to underscore the importance of unity, the importance of keeping communities and neighborhood councils intact. I think most importantly, we're in unprecedented times right now. We're in a pandemic. To do a redistricting in the year of a pandemic is unforeseen by any of us. We're doing the best we can. I know those who want to participate are unable to participate because of technology challenges. Access to internet, access to computer is an issue. So I draw upon the fact that we are trying to do what we can to keep our communities and neighborhood councils intact. And I fully support Commissioner Shaw's proposal and Commissioner Martinez's proposal also, which I believe he seconds Commissioner Shaw's proposal. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Breman.
Well, I think all of the commissioners who are have said it. I think, you know, this has been a very difficult process for all of the commissioners, and really looking at how do we bring what's connected into, you know, the community of the 8th or the 9th, and it just, we're at a wall, and looking at, you know, the best starting point for us would be looking at the 9th the way it is currently without splitting up Watts, because we can't get anywhere unless we split up Watts, and we know Watts does not want to be split. So I just think that that might be a good starting point for us.
So Chair, that's where we are right now, with the
Okay,
exception of the issues around Koreatown.
Yes, I want to open this up because this is really a commission-wide decision. So I want to open up to comments from the balance of the commission. So Commissioner, can I have the full screen so I can see?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me stop.
That's all right.
I was in my zone.
Good job. So Commissioner Diaz, and then I think I see Commissioner Suh.
Thank you. I think one of the things that has been very prevalent throughout is that we are a multidimensional city. We're the city that is growing in income inequality. We are the site of the biggest unhoused population in the country. And so when we hear residents actually overcome barriers to participate in these forums and clearly articulate that they don't want to be divested from in terms of these economic engines, I'm talking about CD9 and USC and Expo. I think that was pretty clear today. It's been clear throughout. It's been clear about the issue of Watts, right? If you're going to include Watts and then take out our powerhouse in terms of our economic driver, what sense does that make? And from a public policy sense, it doesn't make a lot.
No, we said remain the same. CD9 remains the same.
Yeah, well, so what I'm saying here is that I think that it's important for CD9 to remain the same with Expo Park and with USC. I think what's also interesting here is what I'm hearing from our colleagues in Region 1 is this issue of Watts. And I just want to note something that I've been doing across all of the 4 maps that Paul Mitchell and his colleagues prepared for us, is that the one district with the most people, which should surprise nobody, is District H, which is CD10 with Koreatown. And that essentially is at 272,000 people, give or take. Now, if we look at what our average would be in terms of equanimity, it's 260,000 residents. And so I just want to put that out there in terms of Watts, of where we're able to deviate with CD15. It seems like we're placing this burden on the South region. And I'll just say that. So I agree with Commissioner Martinez and I agree with Commissioner Shaw. I also agree in terms of keeping the Crenshaw Mall in one district. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. And I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Suh.
I want to address the issue of what district we place Koreatown in. I think we've heard a lot of testimony tonight from multiple stakeholders, both within and outside Koreatown. And I want to advance a proposal that addresses nearly all of the comments that we've been hearing around this.
Commissioner Sutton, can I ask your permission to hold on this before we address
The southern portion.
The southern portion first, the 8 and 9?
Yes.
Thank you very, very much. Commissioner Barrett, did you want to speak to that?
I'll hold a comment on that until I hear from Commissioner Suh. My question was for those in Region 1. I guess my first question is, if we're balancing splitting Watts versus separating it from CD15, it seems to me the preference would be to split or to be either in CD8 or CD9 based on the testimony that we've heard, particularly coming from members of the community who spoke at community centers who did not have digital access. And so was there any consideration of downtown? Until the last redistricting process, downtown was part of CD9. I know it's added a huge population, but you know, if we brought Watts into 8 and extended 9 up into downtown, would that be something that would help us balance the many concerns that we're struggling with without completely fracturing downtown or separating it unnecessarily from CD14?
I'm sorry, but I just want to clarify, CD9 does include the Convention Center and the Staples Center.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I am hearing what I think is certainly the will of our commissioners who represent 8, 9, and the southern portion, that what I'm hearing is the guidance is to keep 8 and 9 as currently configured, no changes, to move them all into 8. And that's, I think, what I am hearing. That's the guidance. I just want to, is there any disagreement with that, the way I've summarized that? Okay.
Could you use, I'm sorry about the letters, but could you, when you say move them all into 8, can you clarify that?
Commissioner Shaw?
Okay, I don't have the map in front of me. Let me see.
I can bring it up.
8 is I. It's I.
And which is the mall? When you say the mall?
Is currently.
Mall is, it's down Crenshaw. It's the Crenshaw plus Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall. And a portion of it is in CD8, and across the street, the other portion is in CD10.
Commissioner Shaw.
At King Boulevard. Pardon me?
Commissioner Shaw, I think this map iteration actually, this map actually shows it in the way that you would prefer. So if you look at the tip on the west,
all right, so it's
side,
incorporated.
I think it consolidates it. Correct.
Okay, great.
Okay, good. I was confused. Thank you.
So, okay, is there any other, Paul, can we bring that in the map? Any other discussion of this particular proposal? I just want to note for the record that I do have concerns with also comments we heard from residents of CD8 who talked about an interest in having a return of economic drivers to their district. And to me, that does raise a question of equity. So that is a lingering concern of mine. So I did want to mention that, but it looks like the will of the commission is to agree to the proposal that was put forward by Commissioner Shaw.
I want to say this, that USC and Exposition Park was in 8
right
10 years ago.
That's right.
And that is why people would want to return.
Yeah.
But based upon the voices today and people in 9 want to keep it. So there just has to be a negotiation there.
Yeah. Commissioner Vermont.
No, I just wanted to go back to Ms. Barrett around the downtown piece and all of what's into that area. I know we didn't discuss that scenario, or even we didn't discuss maybe with Destination Crenshaw and the Lucas Museum being part of the 8th. And so I've not heard much conversations around that part of it.
Commissioner, is your question of whether or not Destination Crenshaw remains in 8?
And if it could be, if a portion of exposition could be linked to the Lucas Museum. I don't know how that would work. I just don't. But because it was once an asset in the 8th, as Valerie just shared, I don't know how that would work, especially with the arts and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is our, there's been a theme to stay the same throughout the process. We want to respect Watts. It was my understanding that they didn't want to be split. And in order to bring all of Watts in, it changes a lot of neighborhoods.
So
and that's not necessarily in line with what we want, how we want to move forward.
So let's move forward with this guidance that 8 and 9 will remain unchanged with the exception of the mall as was drawn by the map that Paul presented, that Watts will remain a part of 15. Is there, in terms of the hands I see up, does anyone want to speak to that? Or should we move to Koreatown?
I had a similar thought and question to you, Chair Ali, and I definitely respect what the regional group has raised, and in terms of the deviation issues and upholding Black CVAP, all of that is crucial. But I wonder, as we proceed in the next few days, and if there are additional thoughts or ideas received from the public around assets specifically to CD8, if that is something the regional group would want redistricting partners to reconfigure, just to see what that could look like potentially to address some of the equity issues that have been raised more recently in public comment.
Certainly.
So Commissioner Brennis, what are you suggesting that they reconfigure?
Well, I mean, if that's something that the regional group and the commission as a whole is open to, if we continue to receive public comment as it relates to economic engines, assets to be in CD8, is that something that we would all be willing? I think we should look at and take into account in the mapping and the lines.
Yeah, I think
I would like to say something that there aren't any economic engines in CD8, only the mall. So where CD9 wants to keep all the assets of USC and Exposition Park and the Coliseum and all of that. CD8 doesn't have anything; it has only the mall, and that's it.
So I think that's the question, right? If there's input in what can be added, is that something I think we should be continuing to track and look at?
Yes, and Commissioner Brennis, I guess the way I would look at this is that we can move forward as with 8 and 9 remaining unchanged with the exception of the mall, with Watts remaining as part of 15 as we move into public testimony in response to our draft maps. I suspect we're going to hear a lot of commentary on this. And one in regard to the lack of assets in 8, and 2 about the Watts situation. But let's move forward and go to Koreatown.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we move on, this is Polanco.
Yes. I'm sorry. I was trying to trying to identify who was talking to me, Senator, please.
Yes, I would ask staff to take a very close look as to the effect that CD10, which will have now probably more people. We need to have an analysis on the effect of the undercount analysis as it relates to those nested clusters or regional. So my request, Mr. Chairman, is let's be cognizant of there's going to be an impact, I think, but staff can maybe address that later today or forthcoming.
Thank you.
To do an analysis on that.
Thank you, Senator. So I'm Commissioner Sa, I know you want to get to Koreatown. Commissioner Delgadillo, before we move to Koreatown, did you want to speak?
All
to
I was
anything?
going to say is, can we assign the numbers using them anyway? So 15, 9, and 8 at least.
Yes.
And can we do that instead of?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Martinez, did you want to continue this or can we go to Koreatown?
I just wanted to go ahead and add that while we're talking about these economic engines, they weren't economic engines in the last 8 years. They're actually, you know, we're talking about the Lucas Museum and the Bank of California and Expo Park. It's through our investment in the city council that those are now investments. So for a conversation to be had about removing them, that is the disinvestment of the community. So I just want to make sure I put that on the table, that they were not economic engines that were removed from them, but rather they were built up by this community. So I would implore to keep that conversation off the table for a disinvestment in our community.
But as a proud USC graduate,
And
it's been an asset for decades.
I understand the point, Commissioner Martinez, but I will
Thank you.
I will guess that as we move forward into the public hearings, we're going to hear about concerns from District 8 not having these same kinds of economic engines. That's my only point. So Commissioner Suh, let's go.
Understood.
Hi, I was just telling my kids to be quiet.
Hi.
So I want to put forward, I've been thinking about all of this and all the different testimony day and night. And I want to put forward a clear proposal that I think resolves nearly all the concerns around Koreatown and its borders and the other communities around it. And this is it. To reconfigure a council district 4 that includes Greater Wilshire and Koreatown, thereby addressing that conflict about where the border is. It would be in a single district. Then moving north and from Koreatown, thereby unifying historic Filipino town, which we've heard multiple times, wants to be whole, and then moves to Silver Lake. If we create a district like that, that includes Greater Wilshire, Koreatown, historic Filipino town, and Silver Lake, it would be the approximate number of people and address all those concerns about the boundaries that people from all those areas have expressed: Bangladeshi community, Greater Wilshire, Koreatown, historic Filipino town, and keeping Silver Lake whole. It would also allow what we've heard from the Thai community and Hollywood community members to keep more of Hollywood together in a reconfigured District 13. It would also allow us to create a reconfigured 5 that would include Poso in Sherman Oaks coming down on the west side of Beverly Hills and keeping the Jewish community, more of the Jewish community together. And finally, it would allow what we're calling District J on map A to move westward to Culver City and actually increase the Black CVAP. So the way I see it, this addresses almost all of the concerns we've heard about this extremely vexed central region. It maintains a strong renter population in CD4, which was being wiped out by some of the earlier versions and addresses the other issues. It keeps Atwater Village, with Griffith Park and the river, and it doesn't take away from Eagle Rock. So I think this actually addresses nearly all of those issues in this central area and keeps Koreatown whole.
That was a lot, Commissioner Sa.
Well, I've been thinking about it a lot, and we've heard many people testifying about a possibility of Koreatown in CD4, and we can do that by combining it with Greater Wilshire, Hi-Fi, and Silver Lake. It would also allow Los Feliz to stay whole, and that was another thing we heard. I used to live in Atwater, and I understand the Atwater-Los Feliz connection.
So as long as we are focused on the south, your proposal, I assume, would then require the current CD10 to pick up population because they would be losing significant population. I think about
right, and it can do that in the Plan A, District J, that moves towards Culver City. I looked at the Black Sea map in those two, in the later H, whatever, E, F, G, H, and the Plan A in J, and the Black Sea map is actually higher under the Plan A, District J.
So this is
And by the way, that's where I live, and
yeah,
I
so
love my district.
Commissioner, so I just want to be clear. So this is essentially a proposal to reconfigure CD4 to include a new CD4 to include all of Koreatown. And it would require District 10 to make up population by going west, as has been discussed, potentially into the Palms area. So
that's right.
All right. So
and we have models, specific models, configuring that.
Commissioner Delgadillo.
All I was going to say is that, thank you, Commissioner Sa, that it would violate the Mulholland principle, however. This would require the 5 to go over the hill. That's all.
Commissioner Diaz.
I want to address both Commissioner Sa and Commissioner Delgadillo. So it may mean that 5 picks up some of 4 and 2, but not really, like that 5 picks up the 4 around the donut and doesn't go over the Mulholland. Basically, I think that we could still hold constant the Mulholland principle with some modifications to Commissioner Sa. What I want to point out here is that we know that there's an undercount. We also know that that study is not going to be done until after our map comes out of this body. But we know who was undercounted. It was working class people. It was the hard to count. The people that are housing insecure, the people that have kids, the people that are of color. We kind of know where they live in that city. I do not believe that it makes sense based on the testimony that we put Koreatown in a district that does not want it and has affirmatively said that they do not want to capture it whole and in that region, when there's an opportunity to ensure that it is in a cohesive community with other neighborhoods that we heard of throughout and today. That includes Little Bangladeshi, that includes Filipino town. And I do think that we had not toyed with the idea of CD4 subsuming Koreatown, but I actually would rather Koreatown go north than go south. And so I am a proponent of that plan. I think that that direction makes a lot of sense in terms of community of interest, socioeconomic status, business corridors, streets, geographic continuity. And I do believe that based on previous maps that we saw yesterday, that if 10 was to expand westward, that would still preserve the very important Black Sea map.
So Commissioner Plonko, I'm going to go to you next. Paul, I would ask if we have any maps that come close to the configuration that Commissioner Sa has provided. So Commissioner Polanco.
I pass. I'll pass, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So Commissioner Sell, you're suggesting that we use map A1 and District J for CD10 and then redraw the 4. Is that correct?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly that, but that maintains large parts of CD10 as it is, including where I live, and also heads west.
So is there a way we can see this on a map? Paul, can you help us here?
I mean, map A gives one example of that. I mean, again, I'm not saying it has to be exactly that, but if you look at map A, region J or district J.
And Frank,
Yeah, so that's what I was, my thoughts on what was being discussed, and I apologize. There were a lot of things there, and I was trying to envision the rotations in my head, and also trying to consider how those rotations would impact the, potential vote dilution concerns that others might raise at some point, depending on how they were drawn. This configuration J of taking the south and going down into Palms is something that we saw in a number of different public submissions. It takes the district down into an area where I think that we would want to, defer to Harit and maybe have some analysis of the effectiveness of this area. I don't want to draw too much from any of my own past different experience about how effective that District J might be. But if that were to be done, am I not sharing my screen?
You're not sharing your screen.
You're not, yeah.
I'm so sorry. You're seeing my eyes move, but not my mouse move. So this is the District A and this J that goes down into Palms. And then the idea of Koreatown going north up into a district. The challenge is that if you were to do something like this, it might make it harder to say, put Eagle Rock back into the downtown district.
Yeah, what I had suggested was that it go west from Koreatown to include the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council, thereby rendering moot that somewhat problematic debate about the border. And so it wouldn't need to go into Eagle Rock. It wouldn't even need to go to Atwater.
Commissioner Sell, can we let Paul finish his explanation?
There might be a need to draw that out, because if you don't go all the way up to Eagle Rock, then you're putting Eagle Rock in what we call the pool of the A and N district here. And by putting Eagle Rock in the pool of the A and N district, 2 districts that are currently majority minority Latino, it might have other implications that would cause you to continue to make more and more transformations to return that voting power. And in doing those transformations, you end up creating something that's more akin to this, where instead of, you basically would have something like this, where you'd have this footprint A, and what you would maybe be doing is suggesting that you swap the Koreatown into M, and then you would have to move H into Palms, and then you would have to have J probably come around and take, have close this claw coming in from around, but you'd have to do some kind of rotation. Because if you're going to have Eagle Rock go into N, it's going to have to go into N in a more narrow configuration. And that District A is going to have to move westward or eastward in order to stay in the footprint with those communities on the east side in order to ensure voting power. So this is a little bit of a look going back and forth with the Eagle Rock issue. So this configuration MAN is something that can work if the South is willing to have their footprint go down to Palms, I think is maybe one other shorthand way of discussing this.
Commissioner Kanya?
Thank you, Chair Ali, and thank you, Commissioner Saw, for the explanation. What I heard, there was a number of substantial changes, and you mentioned you have maps. Do you have the numbers of those maps so we can look at those? Have what you've articulated, has that been drawn yet, and is that in the database?
What I specifically described has not been drawn in the database.
Okay.
But it is a amalgamation of the maps that I have seen, plus the overwhelming testimony that I've heard and that we've all heard.
Okay, thank you. Just for my clarification, so J, Council District 10 goes west, increases the CVAP for the Black community. Then you were talking about 4 incorporates Windsor Square, all of Koreatown, and then goes north, correct?
So, right, and because we also heard people from Historic Filipino Town saying that they wanted Historic Filipino Town to be kept whole, and that extends down to 3rd. The reason why all this fighting over boundaries is so problematic is that we live in a hybrid, multicultural, palimpsestic society, and if Historic Filipino Town comes down to 3rd, it's not to say that Koreatown doesn't also extend up to Beverly. Both are true. And this and the solution that I've proposed enables both Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council to have its say, Koreatown to have its say, Historic Filipino Town to have its say, Little Bangladesh to have its say. All of them are whole under this proposal, as well as Silver Lake.
Thank you. So last question. So the wraparound district around West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, if the eastern portion is taken out and some of the southern portion is taken out, did you say then that would go up into the valley for Sherman Oaks? Or how do you make,
I mean, I don't know.
How do you make that wraparound whole?
Yeah, I don't know what another commissioner just mentioned about what, because in our regional group, we had talked about District 5 going over Mulholland. And that was in fact one of the repeated proposals we had received from the Sherman Oaks community. And so I think I missed why that couldn't work, but it would enable Encino, Sherman Oaks, and Poso to remain in the same district and then come down on the west. And how far it comes down and how far it goes over the north, that, we'd have to look specifically at the population.
So let me just suggest that this is a significant move on our map. And I think that it's difficult to really analyze this without actually seeing it and understanding the impact. So I think that this is one thing that we're going to have to ask redistricting partners, if it's the will of the commission, to show us what this would look like and what the implications would be. I don't think we can resolve this tonight.
Yeah, and just piggybacking off of Commissioner Suh's, Poso also gave another map showing over the Cahuenga Pass too.
Yeah.
So they had submitted other proposals as well.
So Commissioner Diaz, did you have your hand up? Commissioner Polanco? Okay, any other comments or different views of Koreatown? The map that was presented today put most of Koreatown into what is known as Council District 10. This is a significant departure from that. Any views on that?
It's just not really, it feels like this is has a big impact on the way that CD 13 would be shaped. But I think that you're right, sir, we should need to see what it would look like on a map.
The Southern Commissioners talked a lot about this issue. Any comments there before we move on?
I would just say from CD10, I haven't seen the configuration that Commissioner Saul has submitted. So I just need to look at do an analysis of what the new 10 would look like, and how far west that actually, what will that include, before I can make a decision on that.
Okay, Commissioner Katz.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's impossible to, it's hard to visualize without a map, obviously. And I think your direction to redistricting partners is appropriate. I've got to say, though, that Sherman Oaks has made it very clear that their preference is Mulholland is a hard boundary. They submitted things beforehand that before that was established, but their preference is a hard boundary. And the notion, which I thought we had discussed last night about coming over Westwood to pick up Jews doesn't make any sense to anybody that knows much about the community. So I'm a little at a loss on how to proceed, because the ripple effect of the proposal is significant. It makes it very difficult to move forward on the other discussions while we have this in front of us, until we figure out how to, if we adopt it, then it changes everything. If we don't adopt it, then we continue down the course that you've laid out. So I'm a little at a loss right now, other than it's very hard to evaluate.
This is Commissioner Diaz. I think that we can still stick with the principles, and I have some instructions of what I'd like to see from redistricting partners. I think if we represent Koreatown the way that Commissioner Suss said, I would like to see that we keep the Mulholland boundary, and that the current District 5 adheres to that Mulholland boundary, takes over part of current City Council District 4, obviously getting into, the Hollywood Hills, and then maybe even a little bit of Hollywood, Fairfax, etc. I think CD10 going into Palms to pick up population that it's going to lose to the new CD4. And then I think that one of the things that came out in our region, and Justice Moreno, correct me if I'm wrong, but in our region, because it all is a domino, we talked a lot about the 2 freeway in Glendale as a geographic boundary that connoted, the hillsides to the other side. And so we thought about east of the 2, east of Alvarado as CD1, west of that as CD13. Under Commissioner Shaw, we have a professor named Professor Shaw at UCLA. Under my colleague's plan, what I would adjust for the 13 and think about that population, in a new 13 under this, I would go west of the 2, get Atwater, keep Los Feliz whole. Remember, we want to keep things whole. Take up Griffith Park, take up the Hollywood Hills, and then that would be the one that would go over the valley. That way the valley boundary comes and remains at the 101. And this Koreatown district becomes more of a center city that gets to the communities of interest of working class communities, of renters with some small homeowners, and not just single family homes. So those are my thoughts. But Justice Moreno, you were in that meeting.
Commissioner Moreno, you're muted.
There you go. Yeah, the real squeeze here is on 13, and the proposal that, for example, Silver Lake would become part of the Koreatown district, let's call it, really puts the squeeze on 13. And 13 is already underpopulated. It's fighting with 14 and 1 to begin with. So I don't know where Andrew would propose to go with this plan that by Commissioner Saw.
We're just gonna pack up and move to another city.
Right. It's too, what was the name of it? Too far a bridge to cross, I think, for Koreatown to go, into Elysian Valley and Atwater, Silver Lake, that area.
Koreatown wouldn't go
Yeah,
there.
I wasn't suggesting that Koreatown go there. I was saying that 13 could do that.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you meant 4 would go into Silver Lake from Koreatown.
Yes, 4 would go into Silver Lake, but you know, as someone who used to live in Atwater Village has often talked about the proximity to Griffith Park, to the river. And so it could go, Atwater Village could go south, which is east of Silver Lake. And then from there west into a unified Los Feliz, into a unified Hollywood.
Yeah.
And that would be the population we need if it's that.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think the 2 is necessarily the western boundary of a proposed 13. I think it would go all the way to Griffith Park and where it borders Glendale. So
exactly.
So again, I think this is very, very difficult to address without seeing a map and really understanding this is significant change and really takes us in a different direction. So I think we need to see it. I think we need to see this on a map and understand its ramifications. So is there a general, I'm trying to understand if there's a general consensus on the part of the board or in part of the commission, excuse me, to at least map this suggestion. Is there any objections to that?
No objections. I appreciate the essence of the suggestion and some of the principles that Commissioner Sa has raised in terms of what that central district could look like. So I think it would be in line with our principles overall as a commission to try to look at what that would look like in the line drawing and in the map. So I support that.
Commissioner Katz?
No, that's the leftover hand from before, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Apologies.
And just to be clear, Chair, since I'm trying to.
Excuse me. It's 8:15. I would like to take a 5-minute break and then come back to this and go to the east. So let's come back at 8:20.
Oh, Fred, I'll leave mobile.
You're on. We can hear you. Richard, we can hear you.
He's on mute now. Justice Moreno, you're not on mute, FYI.
Oh, thought I was.
Hi, David. Are we having fun yet?
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's great.
It's great.
David, every time I keep hearing people call you Commissioner Hune, I wanna speak out and say it's not Hune.
Yeah, it's it's actually Hyun.
Yes.
Is it Hyun?
It's Hyun. Yeah.
Hyun.
I Commissioner Suh, I actually grew up with everyone calling it Hune or Hun, or it was hard for people to pronounce Hyun.
Yin.
Thanks
Yeah.
for sharing that, Commissioner. That's
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's also I get called Ariana, but my name is Ariana too.
Yeah.
And I get called Alyssa.
Alyssa, yeah.
When I'm Elisa.
Elisa. Yeah, it's good.
Elisa. Oh, that's good to know, Commissioner Barrett. I didn't know that.
It's all good. I accept Alyssa, Elisa, Alicia, Liza. I've heard it all.
Also, a reminder that we're still broadcasting live.
Oh, yes, wonderful.
As you know.
Now we know, Commissioner.
Now all attendees know that it's Commissioner Hyun.
Hyun. Thank you, Commissioner Seth, for letting us know the correct pronunciation.
So I think this marks the halfway point, right? Of tonight's meeting.
I hope it's a halfway point at least.
Yeah.
You draw the map yet, Paul?
No,
Come on.
I'm waiting for some clear direction on it, and we'll get that together. I did draw Valerie's map, and that's up on the screen, but that was when we were moving the USC thing and trying to make it 9 look like the original district.
All right.
Paul didn't even have time to shave.
I know.
Yeah, I should have shaved while I was clean shaven when we started this meeting
Right.
yesterday.
Okay, so should we come back to order? So I just want to recap where I think we are with the last proposal, with the proposal from Commissioner Suh. I think there's really not a great ability for us to really analyze this tonight until we see it mapped and really understand the ramifications. So I want to sort of set that aside for now and go to the east and discuss. And I think maybe to Paul, maybe you can bring up the map you produced, the combination map that you produced, and we could speak to that and get commissioner reactions to that.
Chair Ali, respectfully, before we move forward, just a process question. How do we, is it better to wait until we have a physical manifestation of Commissioner Suh's proposal before addressing implications on the valley?
I think we should proceed the way we had originally planned. And it's obvious that we're going to have another meeting this week. And we will take up Commissioner Suh's proposal then once we can see it mapped and understand its ramifications. But we have to move this process forward. Just look at your calendars and understand the pressure we are to move this process forward. So Paul, can you bring up the map, please?
Yeah. All righty, I have it both in the Maptitude and in the PDF. So this is a PDF of just those 3 districts.
Okay.
So MAN The N district is similar to the current construction with the downtown minus the Staples Center across, up and into Eagle Rock. A is through Lincoln Heights into Pico Union, Highland Park. And then M is going across and over from Koreatown. And then this right here is Park La Brea, which in community of interest testimony suggests that they wanted to be in a district, not split. So it keeps them together and puts them in this district M. And then this part up here is Fountain, Hollywood, Vermont, and it's the Little Armenia and Thai Town, I believe, in this area. We can look at these districts. Remember A and N on the far eastern side. In the data here, A is at 50.8% CVAP Latino. N is at 54.3 CVAP Latino. I believe this A comes down 1 point in its Latino share, but it's doing so in a set of districts that are having to change and adjust for obviously population and everything else. N is, like I said earlier, 54.3. And we can see in the zoom in pictures a little better sense of these three districts, and all these maps are in your packets that you received and were attached to the agenda tonight. That is the construction if we were to have this obvious spot here is Koreatown and have that taken out. And then happy to we also show this in the mapping software. In the mapping software, we have this MAN, and you can see better. I'll turn on the neighborhood councils only to begin with. You can see the downtown neighborhood coming on up, encapsulating the entirety of LA 32 neighborhood council, coming up and taking in Eagle Rock. In District E, you can see it coming down the middle here through Lincoln Heights, a portion of Echo Park. I believe this portion of Echo Park is wider slightly than the current lines. So you can see the current lines are a little bit more narrow here, and this one is a little bit wider. And then comes down to Pico Union, just to the east of the neighborhood council or the Koreatown that was submitted from the Coy testimony. And then District M begins up in Glassell Park, takes in Atwater Village, Silver Lake, East Hollywood, down into Hollywood, into Greater Wilshire, and as I said, the La Brea Park area, or Park La Brea. And it does break this neighborhood boundary here, but in order to capture those other areas, and we can look more closely what those streets were again to make sure I got it right from memory. This was Franklin across the top, and is that Vermont? Yeah, Vermont Avenue on the eastern side. So I got that right. It does have the valley seat coming over here into the Hollywood Hills and capturing some of this to the east or to the west and taking that up. We can make slight, modifications as we go to actual drafts, where we can fix little things like you can see here, like maybe a couple odd census blocks that if we wanted to make these fit the neighborhood council boundaries, we could clean those up. If we look at the same maps, but we can also look at it with the neighborhood lines based on the LA Times construction. And you can see in the LA Times construction, this boundary is actually coterminous with the neighborhood boundary. So happy to go anywhere from here, but that is the construction of those.
So Commissioner Polanco, I'm going to ask you as the as the leader of the East and during our regional ad hocs, if you want to respond to this, and then we can open it up to the other commissioners.
Yes. In Plan E, N is District Council 14, A is District 1, and M is District 13 for purposes of our discussion. It appears that the testimony that we heard time and time again is that the following communities be unified: Eagle Rock, Highland Park, downtown LA, that Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, and El Sereno be part of CD 14. We, as a regional, our regional principals adopted the northern boundary as the 134, which is the freeway up by Eagle Rock, and then the Glendale Freeway, which is the 2 that comes down and ends in Echo Park. We had discussion and supported that east of Alvarado in Echo Park go into District A or District 1, and then continue south. That Echo Park on the west side of the Glendale Freeway stay in CD 13. Looking at and seeing what the possibility is to increase the population in CD 13, which needs about 24,000. I would put on the table that Los Feliz be incorporated, that we look to keeping all of Atwater unified in CD 13, that the testimony from the merchants and the Hollywood chambers, all of that remain in CD 13, that as you move back towards the northern part of CD 13, the west side of the Glendale Freeway stay with CD 13. The way District Map M, CD 13, the way it has gathered its population is taken away from the east side. In lieu of honoring the principles that was adopted, that we would move west and north to increase the population, it has done the opposite. It has gone, if you see the finger, if you look at the Glendale Freeway, the Glacial Park is no longer, has been, portion of Glacial Park now is in the 13th on the other side of the freeway. And so my concern is we are now at a low, this is a Voting Rights Act protected class district. We ought to make sure that it's there for all intent and purpose, and that if we're going to consolidate all of what has been in testimony as it relates to CD 14, then there'll need to be some adjustments on the south side of that district. I think it will have an effect, I think, in terms of the downtown area that's requesting to be kept together. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you and ask that the commissioners who were part of Region 2 share with us their thoughts.
And before I let you off the hook, Senator Polanco, thank you for that. I want to just ask if there's clarification or anyone has clarifying questions for Commissioner Polanco. That was a lot, Commissioner, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Brownus?
I echo much of what Senator Polanco has laid out in terms of some of the key issues that are being grappled with in the Eastern region. It is, it's not one of the areas that has received the most attention in these discussions, but I just want to lift up, that it is a dynamic region with rich history. And I think what Senator Polanco has lifted up, it's trying to honor both the legacy of the region to the city and its contribution to the culture, to social justice, to the fabric of what the city represents in terms of diversity and language justice. And yes, so I just wanted to lift that up because I don't think some of the essence of those discussions were necessarily captured in our regional memo, but they're definitely embedded. So, my part of my reaction to the map that was A1 with the MAN district is essentially, and I just wanted affirmation, Paul, that essentially it's the same boundaries to the ones that currently exist, correct? And so before you answer that, I would just urge us to challenge ourselves with, some of the public feedback that we've heard. What stands out to me is Highland Park, unification of Highland Park, which is consistent with, some of the principles that we've adopted as a commission. How do we in that region ensure the unification of some of these key neighborhoods, some of these key areas that have been very explicit about how they view themselves as a community of interest. And then in terms of the CVAP, I am concerned, I'm not sure where we were in the current CD1 in terms of Latino CVAP, but we're right at 50% right now. And so I think thinking about how we can make that stronger would be critical for this region and its future and on issues of representation. So thank you.
Commissioner Garstin.
So I appreciate Commissioner Polanco's in-depth attention to CD13. What's striking to me in this whole process has been how little public testimony there's been around District 1, and also how the senator has said very little about what he wants for District 1. In our proceedings, Commissioner Diaz did talk about the 2 freeway as being some sort of a border, which I objected to because it splits down our historic communities. The only thing that we agreed on kind of in principle was that the Glassell Park boundary, which is sort of how it works now on the 2 freeway, works up to the point where you hit the LA River, and then where it becomes Alvarado, Glendale Boulevard, and then Alvarado, that's striking right through the heart of our communities. We heard as much organic testimony from constituents of CD13 that wanted to remain in CD13 as we heard from CD14. And I would separate organic from politically and rehearsed testimony. And where this map is deficient is some critical places. One of them is that Echo Park Lake is completely lopped off, and CD13 was just in the heart of a S storm around Echo Park Lake, and our community is very, very vested in how CD13 handled that. And then we have all the way to the west, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, which gets truncated in this map quite significantly, where the council district has gathered in about $20 million of funds to develop and enhance the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and that's getting broken apart, and it can't be. My mom actually 40 years ago worked with Johnny Grant on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I've got a long family history in connection to the Walk of Fame, and it's very important to me. We need to, Senator Polanco is right. We discussed that by the fact that we're boxed in on the north and boxed in on the east, in the northeast, I should say, and that we picked a southern boundary, that we had to expand either west or north, or both west and north. We did not say who would be going there. We did not say how we would be going there, but it was a fact. And that fact was expressed in our report. To be honest with you, I think that like the districts in the South, I think that given the fact that we're coming out of a crazy COVID year, where we've had it's been a very challenging environment for community input across the board, that probably substantial change is not a good idea in areas like this, where people have been calling for substantial change. And that we should, and as I had requested the other night, more or less adopt for M, the existing footprint of CD13. And then if there's a need to expand, there has been calls for expanding to include Angelino Heights, Forgotten Edge. And what that means is that CD1 would have to probably expand around to the south and more to the west, as we said, to the west. Maybe going in towards Koreatown, I'm not sure. But we never really engaged a lot about CD1 at all. It was Commissioner Diaz dominating the early part of our meetings, me fighting off proposals that I did not think were good ones and wouldn't fly. And at the end, proposing something that's more or less what I'm proposing now. So I guess that I need to ask redistricting partners if we used the existing council district right now, and then we expanded a little bit from there, is there a problem?
Well, I think that I'm happy to wait until the end, Fred, or happy to answer.
Yeah, Paul, do you want to do a quick answer? I think I know what your answer is going to be.
I mean, my simple answer would be that in the current districts, you do have some deviation issues. Like the current District 13 is overpopulated by, or underpopulated by 9.6% in the data. That might be a little different now that we've got the new prison population adjusted data. And the other thing is that if we're trying to achieve other goals, like making Koreatown whole or doing other things on the map, they're going to have ripple effects throughout the rest of the plan. But we definitely can try to hew to the existing boundaries where possible.
Thank you, Paul. So I want to move on.
I'm not finished yet, and I'm not ready to
Commissioner
yield.
Garston, I want to move on and get other voices into this conversation. I think we understand your point. It's been repeated a number of times.
Yeah, well, I keep on repeating because I don't seem to be getting anywhere.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garston. Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Moreno, you are on mute.
There we go. Yeah, I would just like to add to Andrew's frustration, with which I do sympathize. But in looking at the plan, I see, no community of interest being served with respect to map M, when the very park for which the district is named is not included. I mean, that's the center of the Echo Park community, a historic neighborhood that goes back so far. I mean, it was an arts district back in the 1930s and 40s, and kind of a hipster community now, you might say. And to not include Echo Park, the lake, and the surrounding area, Angelina Heights and so forth, I think is unacceptable. In terms of the population deficiency, I don't see why the entirety of Los Feliz is not included. Someone, I think maybe Andrew or someone else mentioned that, Griffith Park and the entirety of Griffith Park, the entirety of Echo Park and Elysian Park should be included in 13. And I think I wonder how much that would add or diminish the population deficit, particularly if you included, I think as in modification plan 1 that I saw maybe yesterday, those were included in the proposed District 13, which would include also Solano Canyon, which is sort of on the border of Dodger Stadium and Elysian Park. It's a little ravine there that also is one of the historic areas of Los Angeles. So I think adding those where the district went down alongside the Hollywood Freeway to the Arroyo Parkway, up to Elysian Park, including Solano Canyon, and then everything else in the proposed map, I think is fine, include Los Feliz and Griffith Park. I would like to see what the numbers would come out in terms of all the demographics that we're looking at. And you might be able to slice off part of the southwestern part of the proposed district that goes pretty far west, almost Fairfax. So I basically agree. And as to the other 2 districts, I think that, as I've mentioned before, those 2 districts, whether Highland Park and Eagle Rock are together, or Glassell Park, all that can be worked out. But I really think that 13 is getting the raw end of the deal here. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Diaz?
Yeah, we had 5 conversations as a region that were very robust and started because of Commissioner Garstin. And this was the population deficiency, not just based on the undercount, but the very big deviation with CD13. And as a commission, as a region, we identified the need to go north and to go west.
Right.
We also unanimously agreed to keep K-Town whole. And so in this conversation that has essentially changed once Commissioner Garstin started communicating his ex parte discussions with the council member, Commissioner Garstin, from my recollection, acknowledged the need that something had to change, that things had to be malleable. And after those ex parte discussions, it's been consistent, and we see this in the public records, consistent verbatim based on Commissioner Garstin's proposed amendment, that CD13 remain the same. Now, we're not in a place where we are a body of one. We are a city that is multi-ethnic, multiracial, and multidimensional. And with that charge, there has to be some malleability. Now, what Commissioner Garstin has engaged in terms of discussion over and over with this group is the cognizant notion that we have some working class communities, we have some hillside communities, we have a downtown that is growing and that wants to remain intact. There's all kinds of cultural nuances. In addition to that, in tertiary, is that we have the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, in 2 protected districts in our region. And so his assertion that we suddenly have to jeopardize and dilute the vote of a particular group, demographic group that is racialized, that also has cohesiveness in terms of their income, socioeconomic status, educational attainment is not only incorrect and inaccurate, it's a disservice to the city, frankly.
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Brenes.
I two things. And one, Paul, I wanted to come back to my question of in terms of what we're looking at with the districts that we are, that in the map were titled M, A, and N, that they're essentially, I just wanted affirmation that they're essentially the same to the boundaries that we have now. And then I have a comment, Chair.
Yeah, I can show real quickly that the similarities between this is the draft plan E, and you can see N, and then this is the current lines and N. You can see when I go back and forth, sorry, I lost it again. But this relationship is very similar in E, and then this district is a little bit different and it doesn't have that arrowhead shape at the top.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you had a question?
I have a comment. This is a little bit off topic, and I just want to clarify some of the dynamics that were described, I think, in a problematic way in our Region 2 group. And, you know, as a woman leader, I think women who are strong and articulate and smart are often described as bullies. And I reject that notion. And I want to appreciate Commissioner Diaz for her expertise and her strong will that she has brought forth in our region and in the commission. I just think I needed to say that.
Thank you, Commissioner Brenes.
Thank you.
So was there another question that I didn't pick up?
No, but I'd like to close.
Yes, Commissioner Polanco. Yeah, I was going to come back to you.
Yes. With regards to the Hollywood Walk of Fame, there's nothing there was no discussion to reach out to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. All of the existing communities that are west of the Glendale Freeway are protected and consistent with the principles of communities of interest. Same is applied for the comment to be made of Echo Park not being somehow not a community of interest to the residents in that part of Echo Park, which would be east of Alvarado. All you got to do is walk. The commercial district is different than on the other side. And that's just the nature of the community, the culture of the community, the history of the community. And to say that because it's not in CD 13, somehow it is unfair, I think is an overstretch. Fact is that we have a mandate to protect the Voting Rights Act, those protective classes, I should say, at the federal level. We have a mandate that calls for the communities to be kept to the extent feasible. And may I say that the extent feasible was a term that we discussed with Commissioner Gersten, who had agreed to incorporate it and then was okay with moving forward with all that had been agreed to by all of us there. And so I'm taken aback. I don't believe that our mission as a commission is to keep the status quo. Things are changing. We need to ensure that communities of interest stay intact, and that we believe that what has been presented in that report is consistent. What is being presented by staff and these maps as it relates to M, which is consistent in every plan, is not in the best interest of how the city of Los Angeles should look like, and it's not in the best interest of the communities that we have been asked to keep intact vis-a-vis neighborhood councils, cultural, history, landmarks, and all the other considerations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Moreno, did you want to respond, or is that an old hand?
No, I'll stand by my previous comments as to I'm looking at the map, and again, I agree in part with Richard, who I known for many years, but I just don't. When I consider Echo Park as a community, it includes the lake, it includes east of the lake and the community going into Angelino Heights and into Victor Heights.
That's right.
That's part of Echo Park in my view, but
Yes.
it's not on the map. It's not on this map.
It's part of Echo Park, and what's being proposed is that it move into CD one as a community.
Yeah.
Yes, as a
But
community intact.
Yeah, and it splits. It splits Echo Park. One will be 13 and one will be 1. I just think 13 is a better fit. Same thing with Los Feliz. I don't know why it's not included in 13.
It should be.
It's not in the map that I'm looking at.
Well, it should be because it adds population, and there's
Right.
Absolutely, yes.
Paul, do you want to respond to that?
I'm just taking a closer look. The Los Feliz, the Los Feliz question is definitely something that the commission has discussed, both Los Feliz being the line from the valley coming down and taking the entirety of Los Feliz into the valley, or the line coming down and taking a portion of Los Feliz into the valley. So that was definitely something that was discussed in the
Yeah.
configurations 1 and 2.
The recommendation, Mitchell, the recommendation would be to put Los Feliz into CD 13
Yeah,
in its entirety. That makes all the sense in the world.
Well, currently, the difference between the Los Feliz line as it is today and the Los Feliz, I'm sorry, not Los Feliz. I was getting distracted by Echo Park. Yeah, sure. You can take Los Feliz entirely into 13 if you wanted to, just have other ramifications for that population change. I do want to make it clear that the Echo Park portion, we're looking at the difference between the current line and the line in the current map that you're looking at in E. The population difference there is 2,700 people.
Yeah.
That's a small number of people to move from 1 into 13. It can't take the entirety of Echo Park because Echo Park actually touches downtown, and then the district in the middle would no longer be contiguous.
Yeah.
So the pathway, the current district lines have a pathway that go through the eastern side of Echo Park and split Echo Park in order to connect the Mount Washington, Lincoln Heights area to Westlake. Otherwise, you would have to come around and go through downtown instead.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah.
See how they touch? Yeah.
So the 13, you're saying if it extended down to the Pasadena Freeway, Arroyo Seco Freeway, south of Dodger Stadium, that would not add sufficient population?
Yeah, so see on my screen here, this area that I have in red,
Yes.
right here. That's the
Yeah.
difference between the current lines and the lines in the draft. And right
Okay.
here is a number, 2,700. That means that it's only 2,700 people there.
Yeah.
And then this area right here is 51.26. If you made this switch, you would make one underpopulated by 2%. This switch could be made.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have a huge impact on the lines. So
On
the lines
the-
aren't very different from that right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Elysian Park that you're pointing out, Paul.
Right.
I know, but right here, this actually is Echo Park where the red is.
Yeah.
And then it's down here and
It's
then this
ac-
red.
yep,
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So-
Elysian Park starts right there.
Yep.
So I'm going to ask, Commissioner Moreno, does that resolve any of your questions?
I think so. I mean, the explanation helps, and I think the Los Feliz inclusion satisfies me.
Commissioner Moreno, thank you very much for validating my sanity. By the way, in the procedures of the district region 2, I did suggest that CD1 take the northern part of downtown up to the Civic Center and also the western side of Figueroa, so that they would have a bit of that economic engine, because right now they don't really have any economic engines. And that would give them a better bridge to come around from the south. And also it give them some economic drivers, because right now they're kind of beholden to Chinatown and the Dodgers for their economic drivers, and it's just not a lot.
So, thank you, Commissioner. So I want to sort of bring back some discipline to this discussion in terms of what kind of guidance we can take from it. So if using draft plan E, if we can focus there, and Paul, maybe you can bring that up. Senator Polanco, I was going to ask you to just summarize again the changes that you would make in the draft plan E as it relates to M, A, and N.
Yes, I would remove.
Senator, one second here. Can we bring up the map, please?
Do you not see the screen with the?
Okay, now I see it. Yes. Thank you.
So Glassell Park. Glassell Park is in CD1.
Yes.
As we speak now.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the 2 freeway. Everything this side of the 2, CD1. Here is where Alvarado freeway ends, Alvarado, Echo Park, east of Alvarado, CD1, west, CD13, and then into the south. Taking in, let's see, it would take in Westlake, Pico Union. And so the boundary line is in fact the Glendale Freeway.
Okay.
So
now having said that, remember Lincoln Heights, Highland Park, Eagle Rock, that 14th district with the downtown area is what's the it may be overpopulated.
Yeah.
Okay, it may be overpopulated. So we need to go this way. We need to go to the west side and the north. If we're going to, I mean, it's all predicated on what do we do with 14?
Mm-hmm.
And then the push.
And what are you suggesting with 14 as it's currently mapped on E?
I think as it's currently mapped, I'm not sure if Lincoln Heights and Boyle Heights and El Sereno are in the CD 14.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that's the case. I think part of Lincoln Heights may be, but certainly Boyle Heights and El Sereno are.
Yes.
Yes. But
So are you making a suggestion?
Yes, I'm sorry, someone was going to say something.
Go ahead, Senator Polanco. I can elaborate.
I think the suggestion is that we begin to solidify this end, that then gives us the basis to begin to look at moving westward as we had agreed to do. Mm-hmm. And so Boyle Heights, Lincoln Heights, and El Sereno, and the downtown area, Montecito, Highland Park. People wanted all of Highland Park and Eagle Rock. Well,
that would be way.
That's way
overpopulated.
over. I get it. So,
Yeah.
so.
So you
let me-
have to have some way of dividing that, and you also don't want to deprive one of necessary composition.
Yeah.
No, totally. Yes. Yes.
So I think this is, I mean, if this is the 14 that meets as many of the conditions as you can think, and probably at this point, right now, that 14 as it's constructed is slightly underpopulated, 0.6% underpopulated right now. As it's constructed, what we did was we changed here, we put Glassell Park in 1, and that district can absorb Glassell Park. It looks as though in doing so, it may drop its Latino CVAP a tiny bit. But we'll look at that when we run it in the atlas. But that is what we've done here, and I don't think this is all the criteria you're looking at, but what we've done here with 14 and 1, putting Glassell Park in 1, we're not in a arena where we're creating too many domino effect problems. What I wasn't as clear about is if we say take Los Feliz entirely into 13, then we would likely, the challenge would be is that we would likely need to gain more population in the Valley seat. To gain more population in the Valley seat, we would have to come down through Hollywood or something like that in order to take that population back, you know?
Yeah, I don't want to upset that of what the Valley has been proposing at this point in time. All I'm saying is, you know, Los Feliz is there. It has a population. You hear where we're coming from in terms of the recommendations and the principles that were adopted.
Yeah, Senator, I just want to make sure that we're clear, because like, as an example, when you express a desire, which I understand, to have Lincoln Heights and Montecito Heights and Highland Park Whole, and that's a desire, but then you quickly retracted it as you kind of understood the population issues. So putting Los Feliz entirely in 13, we could look at that, but you might find that the secondary effects of that, you know, make you kind of quickly come back off the cliff there.
Well, Paul, we ought to take a look at that when we also talk about the Valley, because we've talked before about how much of the Valley needs to go into that area. So, you know, that's a discussion worth having, obviously, because I know where Senator Polanco's trying to get to, and if there's a way for him to get there, we'd like him to. So we can have that conversation.
We have already, based on the current lines, unified Silver Lake in this district, 13. Right. It used to be split. You can see the old lines here. We've taken a tiny bit more of Los Feliz into the district here. But additional big changes like that might require other things on the east side that you might not want to have to tell Richard Katz you did.
I think it would be interesting to see what 14 it looks like with Eagle Rock included. I mean,
Eagle Rock is in 14.
Right. So
Right
what,
now, Eagle Rock is
how overpopulated does it wind up being?
I would have to, I think this district right now with Eagle Rock in it, we haven't changed it tonight. All we did was move Glassell Park into 1 from 13. So we didn't change 14 tonight in our discussion. And right now it's 0.6% underpopulated, I believe, in the atlas I ran at 7:30.
So let me ask if there, can I have the whole full screen again of all the commission? Oh, Commissioner Brenes, I know you've been trying to get in.
Sorry, let me give it back to you.
I wanted to support Senator Polanco's request that we look at variations of the configurations that he lifted up. The unity of some of the neighborhoods. He mentioned El Sereno, Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, Highland Park. I think we owe it to the public comment that we have heard. What can be done? What are the challenges? so that we can have an informed response. I don't think right now we have a fully informed response that we can share back to the public.
Thank you, Commissioner Bredesen. Paul, I want to ask you, do you have enough information now to go back to the drawing board on this based on Senator Polanco's concept?
I want to get clear with Senator Polanco on this, maybe just for one last second, and that is, if we were to, is the big next question, after making the move of Glassell Park, we've taken a little bit of population from 13, but not a lot. Is the question now, do we move into 13, this part, like the entirety of Los Feliz, and see what the ripple effects would be?
And why does Commissioner Polanco's ideas take precedent over mine and Commissioner Moreno's ideas? I wonder, Mr. Chair, why?
All Paul is asking for is clarification on something that Senator Polanco mentioned.
That's not so. The way that you put that is you're asking the map maker to draw based on Richard's input. Come on, you gotta, we're all
trying to,
there's
yeah.
input from all of us.
I'm trying to calculate the size of this. The size of this would be 24,000 people.
Wow.
So it would require a commensurate, maybe 24,000 people on this east side. And if that's something that Senator Polanco feels like he wants to explore, we can explore that.
I think that we heard from the community from Los Feliz, wanting to make sure they were held as one community. And so I think I would like to explore that possibility. Yes.
So let me stop the conversation here then and ask if, can I have the whole screen again?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
It's getting, that's all right. That's all right. You're just doing your job. So is there any objection on the part of the commission to map out for Paul to look at the configuration that Senator Polanco, Commissioner Brenes, and others have identified today? Is there any concern with that? Okay, so let's move forward.
Could I just add one comment to that?
Yes, Commissioner.
It's not an objection to mapping it out, but that under the proposal that I earlier made, with Koreatown going to Greater Wilshire North and up to Silver Lake, it would also allow Los Feliz to be in 13 with Atwater. And one problem that I see with M as it's configured here on map E is that it does divide, it divides historic Filipino town, and I think it also divides Thai town. And those were comments that we heard a lot of today. So I would just like to have us keep those concerns in mind as we think about these other possibilities.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. So Frank, I want to turn to you. I thought in earlier discussions that in fact those communities were not divided. Well, let's take a look at it. Commissioner Sell, your point's well taken. Okay.
Were you asking me or Frank that, Fred?
Either one.
I can look right now at the map and show the division. Right now, the green line is draft plan E. The current lines show that Los Feliz has a small divide here in this pocket there. Sorry, right below that. And then went into Silver Lake. The draft plan E goes up into Los Feliz just a little bit. And this was the discussion about.
Paul, the question was about.
Let's let Paul.
That's what I was about to say. So
Okay.
this is Thai Town and Little Armenia right there. So that's why this boundary goes up to this. So
Filipino town goes down to south, really like to 3rd Street, and maybe even dips a little lower. And I don't think that we're dipping down that low right now.
Okay. Okay, fair point. So we will also, Paul, we'll have to also take a look at that. So can we move on now to the Valley? I know it's late.
Of course.
So.
Really?
Let me bring it up. So we have multiple things here. So let's find the. So draft plan E, that's the most recent E, the 2011 districts. So the valley in A1, B2, and C2, I think C2 was the one that was being discussed earlier tonight as a potential alternative that the commission wanted to start to use. I'm happy to show it in the mapping tool as well.
Yeah, that would be good.
Sorry.
I mean, that would be good if it's okay with the chair.
Yeah,
I just have to, it shut me out, so I'm gonna have to get back into the mapping tool. Here we
Commissioner
go.
Saw, did you have another question or is your hand up from previously? Okay, thank you.
So if we look at draft plan C in the valley, we see that the crossover district to go into the Hollywood area includes North Hollywood and Valley Glen. We see a district that comes across Ventura, linking Sherman Oaks. This little tiny bit here is in the LA Times Neighborhood Association, but this line here is the neighborhood council. So you can see here the difference between it's holding to the neighborhood council lines.
All right.
This Poso area right here is not in the Sherman Oaks district. So that is the case in, I think our draft plan E does put the Poso in with Sherman Oaks. But with C, that would have to be moved if there was a desire to do that. But we also have up here in the Pacoima area, we have two districts, this district here and this district here that are both over 50% CVAP Latino. This district here has a high Latino number, I think in the high 30s, 40ish or something like that. And then the Valley districts you can see on the West Valley that they touch with Woodland Hills Warner Center and West Hills touching in those two districts. And then in your packet, we have the actual, full demographics of each of those that we can look at. Very closely aligned to the neighborhood councils, but then like maybe in this little area here, that could be a cleanup on the neighborhood council line. This division here on the neighborhood council line is probably more purposeful based on keeping a district to be a compact shape. And this North Hills East neighborhood is broken into 3 districts. I'm happy to look at any other elements of that.
Paul, if I might, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Appreciate Paul. I think at least for some of us, one of the reasons we like, I think at least speaking for myself, this map better than the E map or the B map that begot us E is one, the development of that district that you just were pointing out based on the data. The one that runs just above the black line in the middle of the valley going east to west. Yeah, right where you're right.
Canoga Park, Winnetka, Reseda, Balboa, and portion of Van Nuys.
Yeah. I think, by the way, the Posto, if we should try and put that back in. If we can make that work.
If you're losing Los Feliz, maybe you could make that a little better.
Right. And I think there's some other smaller tweaks in there, but also if there's a way to do something about the three-way split on, is it the North Hills that are split three ways? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe we could take a look at that too. But, I think that from the standpoint of the priorities that the region laid out, this keeps Mulholland as a boundary. It provides a connection to, into Hollywood down the 101. We'll have to look at it in terms of trying to accommodate Senator Polanco's concerns on the east side and see how that all works out in terms of the numbers. But I think that other than some minor tweaks, and I'll turn it over to the other commissioners from the Valley, this map works well for a lot of the Valley constituents. I know some people want Lake Balboa and Sepulveda Basin all in one. I mean, that's something that, we can see how it works, but it really depends on the populations and, the other things, the other goals we're trying to meet. But I do think that from a community of interest standpoint, whether it's the Jewish community going east and west in the Valley, the Armenian community, which goes east and west in the Valley through Ventura Boulevard, and a significant number of schools and temples and churches, it does justice there. I think it keeps the Northwest Valley as the Northwest Valley. It keeps Lakeview Terrace and other pieces of the Valley and Sylmar as they have been for a long time. It doesn't do a lot of changes, but it also then brings together across the bottom Encino, Tarzana, Woodland Hills, and Sherman Oaks, which we heard a fair amount of testimony about. And so, I mean, if the numbers work on it, I think it's a map that at least from my perspective, does justice to the Valley and the points we were making earlier, 5.7 seats by population in the Valley. Not going back and forth over the hill as we've had in the past, but still connecting to the city through the 101. Those are all principles that we had laid out earlier and I think serve the Valley well. But let me turn it over to, in the interest of time at this point, to other commissioners from the Valley who want to weigh in. And like I said, we're not a shy group. So what do you guys think?
Can we have the full screen then?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
That's all right. That's all right.
Thanks, Paul.
And Sepulveda Basin's 33 people.
Yeah, and Hareed, by the way, as I look at C2, this configuration, I do have a question. Hareed, can you remind me and the commission to what extent this commission can take into consideration current incumbency?
The commission is not prohibited from taking into account incumbents and what districts they currently represent. There's no prohibition on that. Okay. So it's within the discretion of the commission.
My thinking is in bringing this up is this will have impact on existing members in council districts, and I would like the commission to be aware of that as part of their analysis. Commissioner Ewan.
All right. Thank you, Chair. We're getting there. So I guess, looking at the maps, I think that, since I think this is a continuation from last night, I think that B2 kind of worked, but also I think that B2 and E, it seems like there's not too much change. To me, it seemed like it was kind of like the same. So, I mean, I think at least from the public testimony that I heard, the North Hills and, North Hills West and East was one. And I think Commissioner Katz kind of brought that out. And from my recollection, I thought it was split in two. I mean, just, it wasn't split in three. I thought it just kind of went over to CD7. And then also, I guess, from last night, I'm just going to reiterate what I said, because I know this is all one meeting, but I think splitting of the Granada Hills South, East, North Neighborhood Council, the South and East Neighborhood Council, and then the Northridge South, it intersects with, I guess for some reason now, it's split between 7, 6, and 12. So I think that should be just brought back to 12. And I didn't really understand why Woodland Hills, just part of it, we split up Woodland Hills and put it to 12. I think these are minor tweaks that we can work with, because I think the rest of the valley kind of worked. I think as Commissioner Katz said, along, except for these tweaks, but that's just my input.
No, appreciate it, David, but something we should definitely take a look at.
And David, you're saying that the C version you're saying works for you?
No, no, I think it was the B or the E.
The B version. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Mitchell.
Thank you. Paul, can you put up actually B2 for me with and where you can move it?
Yeah. B2 would be the same as this E.
Okay, if you say so, I trust you. Because I am the North Hills section. Can you
Right here?
Yeah, tell me how many people are in that, because I think the dividing line, I mean, this is a different map than Commissioner Katz was talking about, but I think that the 405 is a line for, you know, if we go horizontal or diagonal, that the 405, people on either side of the 405, they're different, it's different constituencies. So if you're looking at a map like this, those folks should be moved over to, should be moved into whatever that is, L, I guess, or.
Move to the west.
Yeah, moved west, sorry.
We're looking at 12,000 people. And then it would place that district over by 2.5 and District F under by 3.2. But this is based on the pre-prison population adjusted data. This program doesn't have the prison population adjusted. It's their other one that does. But we could do a switch like that. Would you want to keep this little inlet there, or would you want to close that too? Is kind of a question. Not significant, probably.
Right.
In terms of a little bit better compactness still. We could run these deviations, but that makes the current, the pre-prison population adjusted is L is now over by 3 and F is now under by 3.8. L's Latino CVAP is 20.7 and F's Latino CVAP is 58.8.
Right. What, I mean, could we move like south and east, like Arleta or some of that to pick up that population?
We're actually like more even when we do this.
Oh.
Yeah, we've more balanced because see right here, it says, well, we could actually, it's not more balanced. There's this is -3, that's +3, but that's not catastrophic. If we wanted to move population back somewhere, it would be require more of a rotational thing unless you like, you wouldn't want to, you could take more of Granada Hills back this way, but that might not make sense. I don't know that we would have to run the prison population adjusted, but that deviation probably isn't too big.
Okay. And then can you go back to C, the one that Commissioner Katz was talking about?
That's C.
That's C. Okay. Because I know, like, you know, keeping the equestrians all in one was an important, you know, feedback that we got. And I mean, I like that I like this map because of the, you know, Latino CVAP additional seat. And it seems to make sense because these communities, you know, along in that region, the, you know, Canoga Park, Van Nuys, et cetera, are more Latino regions. So making a seat like that makes sense as well. And I know I'm going back and forth between both because last night I was trying to cherry pick. And I guess I didn't do that as well as I would have liked because everything stayed the same in the Valley. But I do think that there's some movement here that we need to do in the Valley that isn't based on, that includes a deeper dive on C.
And if people wanted to look at that POSO area,
yeah,
that's only 7,000 people.
So let me, if I can I
take it back?
I'm sorry, yeah. So I want to go back to a comment I made earlier. The B version of the valley or the C version of the valley are sort of plug and play, right, Paul?
You could, yeah, they are modular. We could swap one out. We could do a plan and have a version 1 and a version 2, and version 1 is everything south of that connection under one set of proposed lines. And another version is just swap out the valley and then do that. So yeah, it's completely modular. We could clean up both the B and C for like some of these edge cases and tighten them up, address any issues commissioners have, and then provide a plan that has the option of using either.
Yeah, so what I was going to suggest is that when we come back to our next meeting, we'll go back to the valley and see if we can reach consensus here on the B version or the C version, because I'm hearing it sort of both ways. Okay.
If I could, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Katz.
No, I was just going to ask that it was brought to my attention, and I'll disclose it when we do our ex parte at the end. But that on the east side of the valley, we're splitting up the Armenian community. So if we could take a look at that, Paul, I'll get you some information on that, and let's see what's going on there.
Yeah,
But,
and I would need to have this checked for me. But the reason I asked Harit for the extent to which we can take incumbency into consideration is because I look at the C version. I think it does raise questions with incumbents, and I want the commission to understand that as they go forward. It's not the only factor, but I want, in fairness to the commissioners, to understand that. So that is a way to deal with the valley. In terms of the east side, yes, Commissioner Yoon, and yes, Commissioner Kanye. Commissioner, which one was first? Commissioner Yoon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted clarification because I do not know what you meant by map C and the incumbents. What does that mean? I guess I'm just
kind of. As I look at version C, I question whether or not existing incumbents will find themselves not in the district that they currently represent.
Incumbents meaning?
Current city council members. Yeah. It's just, as I looked at the map, that occurred to me. I could be wrong, but I would like to have an answer, and in full transparency to all of you, I think you might want to understand that as well.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I asked Harit if it was something that can be taken into consideration. So.
And I would add that's an issue for CD4 as well.
Good point, Commissioner Suh.
CD13.
Commissioner Kanye.
Thank you, Chair Ali, and thank you, Commissioner Katz, for that explanation. Just very briefly, I would go with E. I am studying C. There are some very good elements of C. I still believe B2 serves the community very well. I do want to reflect on something Commissioner Katz said, which and ask
Commissioner Kanye.
Yes, sir.
Kanye, before you go on, which B2 in totality or B2 what?
For the Valley.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is exactly my point. I'm not hearing consensus yet on the Valley. That's why I want to come back to it at our next meeting.
Thank you. But just very quickly, reflecting on what Commissioner Katz said for Paul Mitchell, because I don't know if he has enough to do over the next 3 or 4 days. But as you're relooking at CD13 based on Senator Polanco, and as you're relooking at Koreatown based on Commissioner Suh, could you look at, and do we have the capability, because Commissioner Suh was talking about Thai Town and Filipino Town and Little Bangladeshi. Do we have demographic information by ethnicity, as well as perhaps the Jewish community, what she was recommending? And I hear you, Commissioner Katz, it's not monolithic, I agree. But do we have that information as well as for the Armenian community that we can make better informed decisions when we reconvene in a few days?
I'll
Commissioner Gagne, a lot of those are cultural districts, not really population districts. The Thai town, little Bangladesh, blah, 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 they're more cultural than they are population.
Yeah. And I just want to caution the commission that what we want to do as a priority is we want to look at these as community of interest that include a lot of different factors. Okay. Commissioner,
my question was directed to Paul.
Okay.
Is that,
I'm sorry.
Is that something that's available, readily available?
It's not available in the census data, but as many of you know me from other work I've done, there is the ability to use surname databases from the voter file, where I would not use any partisan information from the voter file, but simply look at surnames and then map those. And I could show essentially heat maps. Those can be utilized in New York. We're utilizing those for Jewish, and we could use those for Jewish here. We could use them for Armenian, definitely. And we've done that a lot before. And then other communities, you could choose to use it for subgroups of Asians that aren't defined by the census. But as Commissioner Garstin said, sometimes these communities are representative of a historical community, not necessarily that they still have a high population from that community, you know?
Two very quick follow-up questions, I hope. Number one, is it a significant effort to do? And number two, based on your experience, is it helpful for commissioners in the other cities that you're working on?
I think some of your commissioners would laugh if I said that it was hard for me to do. It won't be hard for me to do. And in other instances, other communities, particularly when we have Asian communities with different nationalities and subgroups, and you need to analyze them separately, it is very helpful, and it's been helpful in New York.
So, okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon, do you have another question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it would be beneficial, or if we can talk to or group up as a region to go over the new maps to see if we can come to a consensus per region with whatever the next version of the map we get, to come here hopefully unified on what we want to propose as a region. I don't know if that's illegal or if we can't do it by ourselves without ad hoc.
We would have to form regional and ad hoc committees again. It would take more time. I think this commission, if I can say so, has got to come together as a commission and make some decisions. The clock is ticking. So I think we have to stay together as a commission and try to wrestle with these things together. So, was there another? Oh, someone, I'm sorry, Commissioner Diaz.
I agree with Commissioner Cogna's idea and request to have the ethnic subgroups. We know that no community is a monolith, and particularly what we heard from testimony today about the Thai community, and obviously the Thai community and the Thai CDC came out strong in previous conversations. We've also heard today from Little Bangladeshi, and I understand Filipino town needing to be staying whole. It'd be really interesting to get a sense of that. They are communities of interest. I'm interested in that research. I also want to say that there should be points of order of how we refer to other communities, whether or not they are communities of interest because of their businesses, like Little Bangladeshi. I think that Commissioner Garstin, your comment reminded me of Senator Perdue and how he mispronounced the vice president's name. It's just unacceptable.
Okay. Are there other hands up? Don't see it. So we have the plan for the Valley. We're going to look at both B and C again the next time. In terms of the East, we have asked for sort of an analysis of the proposal that Senator Polanco and others put forward that we discussed previously. Keeping in mind I want to say again, Commissioner Garstin, keeping in mind the concerns that you have raised, and also Commissioner Moreno, the concerns that you have raised. So that's work that we need to put in place until our next meeting. In terms of the south end of the city, I think the guidance there was a little bit clearer tonight about 8, 9, and 15, in specific regard to in regard to watts, and in regard to assets and keeping assets in 9, et cetera. I don't need to repeat all that. I thought that guidance was pretty clear. So the only district that we have not talked about is the West, Commissioner Pritchard. And I just, a quick question there. Paul, if you want to bring up the map of the West.
Yeah, sure. Let me give us a second here.
I go ahead and start off.
I just want to ask if there are concerns in the way that this was drawn in version E, and starting with the West commissioners, if they have any concerns about the way this was drawn, and then I'll go to the commission as a whole.
Sure. Let me be as quick as I can. I think this will be brief. As you know, our ad hoc group included Council Districts 4, 5, and 11. We've already had a lot of discussion around Council District 4, not shown here on the map, but we will be pursuing and exploring the suggestions of Commissioner Suh, which actually addresses several of the principles that came out of our work group. With regard to CD 11, maps E through H are essentially identical, and I don't think that there's much difference from the previous maps A through E, or A through D, excuse me. We keep the beach cities together. Of course, we are largely landlocked and waterlocked for CD 11, so no concerns there. For CD 5, I did hear a couple of comments this evening around Hancock Park having a substantial Orthodox Jewish community and wanting to be with like residents. So I'm not sure in version E that we have accomplished that, but it's also impacted by what else goes on with CD 4, as we now know it. The Palms District, I think we've addressed that. One of our principles is to keep it unified. And I think that the suggestions, again, that Commissioner Suh made around how to drop or how to pick up some territory for Council District 10 will allow Palms to stay together. And then the last two principles were around the Valley, and I think we've already had a lot of discussion and have a forward direction there. So that would be my summary, but let me invite Commissioner Delgadillo and Commissioner Suh to comment.
Yeah, the only thing there was some discussion about, there's a small section at the 405, and I think it's West Side Neighborhood Council that's in CD 11, and it's just a small sliver that they want to stay in CD 5. That's the only thing that I heard tonight. There's a small section there.
I can look at that.
It's like it's a really small sliver, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is a good point. We did discuss that. Who else, Michelle? Commissioner Suh.
Yes.
Well, I made my comments about Koreatown and the earlier proposal. I think that it doesn't change the CD 11. It might have some impact on the donut or whatever we're calling the district that goes around Beverly Hills. So, I mean, I think it'll be easier to have the conversation when we have that version of the map before us.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't have, as a member of that regional group, I was fine with it.
Good.
The way it was mapped.
Yeah.
So anyone else that's missing here? I think that's it. Any commissioners as a whole? Paul, can you bring it down again?
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner, any other commissioners, any comments on the West? Okay. So yes, Commissioner Diaz.
I do have, I'm reading through the data and looking at everything. CD 11, which is K on these maps, we know had experienced widespread population increases. Under these proposals, District K would have 270,000 people. And I just want to point out that that's 2,000 less than District H, which has hard to count populations and is likely the beneficiary, whether that's a benefit or not, it's not, of an undercount. So that's just concerning, recognizing just the deviation there in a West Side district. And
Really
I would be curious to think about how you guys address that, if at all, because going back to Paul Mitchell's original maps, that seems to be the number of CD 11, around 270.
Yeah, really, really good point. Michelle, do you want to take that or?
Well, you know, it was called to our attention early on that this district has actually had a fair amount of population growth in the Playa Vista area where there's been huge development that probably accounts for most of it. Our ad hoc did mention the need to try to address it and equalize as best as we could. And so I do note that, you know, the map E doesn't really change it at all from the existing boundaries and population count.
We can hear you. He's on mute now.
Oh, shoot. No, I'm all right.
You're fine.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I want to try to bring this to some kind of a logical conclusion. What I would like to propose is, first of all, that we come back together. We have a meeting for next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. We, I think, clearly need another meeting between now and then. I'd like to suggest that we think about doing that on Thursday. I assume that everyone's been looking at your calendars and seeing if that's possible. Commissioner Polanco. Commissioner Polanco.
Yes, Thursday meeting tomorrow. I mean, this week, Thursday.
Yes, yes, because we're marching towards our announced deadline of getting out a draft map, approving a draft map a week from tomorrow.
There was a suggestion about Monday. Is that off the table?
No, we could do Monday, but then it then will only give us
2 days.
2 days to, I mean, really less than 2 days. It'll give us a day to prepare any adjustments.
Can we do? I hate to do this, but I have a prior commitment that I changed twice already. Personal for Thursday, and if we could do Friday, if that works, I would appreciate possibly Friday.
We could do Friday. Friday, do you want to do it? I mean, keep in mind that we have the public to keep in mind here, but we could do Friday. We could do a daytime meeting on Friday, and we could do an evening meeting on Friday. And then we could also do Saturday. Now, Paul, I should defer to you. I'm getting head nods and stuff. Work with me, team. We've got to come up with a date here.
Friday is good. Friday.
Well, wait a minute. I need to go to Paul because he is a key part of this.
I'm pretty flexible. Somebody might have to call my wife, but yeah, we can do Friday or Saturday.
So, is Commissioner Barrett?
I would just see if there's any way we could do a daytime meeting. I know we've heard from a number of folks the difficulty of people who are observant of the high holy days being able to participate. It's just no fault of anyone's that the census pushed us into the midst of the Jewish high holy days, and we are in the middle of Sukkot. So Friday day the pre-sunset might be a time that people could actually participate.
I'm
I
fine
support
with
the principle.
Huh?
I was going to say I support the principle very much, but it would be very hard for me to change my commitments on Friday day.
Okay, so and it looks like Thursday will not work. So that takes us to Saturday. Same issue.
Sunday ever on the table?
I think Friday would work in the evening. And we certainly want to recognize the issues of the Jewish holidays. But I think Friday is better for everyone in the evening.
I can't come Friday evening. I have a long-standing commitment
I just,
in the evening, that
Commissioner
let's
Vermont.
look at Monday then, and we have to push through it then. It just seems like we have a lot of conflicts, Fred, for the remaining part of this week. So maybe Monday, and we maybe make it earlier and push through it all day Monday.
Start at 4
Yes.
on Monday.
Pardon me?
Start at 4 on Monday.
Yes.
Yep, and
let
push
me-
through.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Vermont. 1 second, if you just give me a minute. What if we did Monday starting at 4 and we move the 29th to the 30th? Commissioner Kanya.
Would there be a way, if we did it Monday at 4, we could get the material on Saturday? The maps could be published, say, on Saturday, which would give us time to inform ourselves ahead of time, so that we have enough time to study it on Sunday and Monday?
Oh, yeah, I expect, Paul, when, based on our discussion today, when do you think you could turn around additional information for the commission to look at?
I think that the South region, if we're sticking with the conversation we had earlier today with regards to that, and the Valley region, obviously the West Side, those elements seem like they're going to be requiring less work. I'm concerned about the 2 different scenarios we're looking at in the East Side, and it might require us to have a couple different options. We could have them definitely done by Friday. Obviously, we could have them done by Thursday. Yeah, just as long as the commissioners understand that they might see an alternative that tries to meet these criteria, and it might be DOA when they see, maybe some of the underlying numbers. But the Valley stuff, the South and the West Side stuff, I think is I could have that done tonight.
Yeah. So I think the proposal is Commissioner Brennis, I'm sorry, and Commissioner Garson.
I just wanted to say, if we do 4 o'clock on Monday, I can't join till 5. So I don't know. Yeah, or I don't know how it works for others, but I can join at 5.
Perfect. Commissioner Barrett.
I know it's a very unpopular idea, but I'm gonna suggest again a Sunday afternoon. We have been willing to do a weekend time throughout the process. It's always been on a Saturday since we are in a pinch. And it would allow the Jewish community to participate.
I would like to recommend Sunday. I can support that.
Is there anyone who cannot make Sunday?
I'm occupied from noon to 3.
Yeah, I'm out.
Sundays are hard for me. I'm a pastor, so I'll be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I actually have church, so it's.
I'm out Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that whatever we meet, we need to be meeting when people will be able to get on the phone and let us know what they think about how we're doing.
And I want to be very respectful of particular Pastor Anderson. But is there a time on Sunday that would not be a conflict for?
Commissioner Barrett, we've also already heard people who cannot make it on Sunday.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I think we're inevitably back to Friday. I hate to be, unless somebody has an alternative that I haven't thought about.
Does Sunday evening make it any better for people than Sunday? I understand the Sunday during the day conflicts with church and religious services. Does that change if it was Sunday evening, other than, then it's an equal pain in the butt for everybody.
Except for Sunday night
That was my
football,
suggestion, 4 or 5 o'clock on Sunday.
Sunday night's
I-
okay with me.
Who's the Sunday night game, David?
So excuse me, so there's a proposal to do Sunday at 4. Is there anyone who cannot make that? I thought
Yeah,
I
I
heard.
can. It's my mom's 89th birthday. Yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
Yay.
Invite her.
It is a big deal. Yeah.
It's
No,
a big
invite,
deal.
don't invite her, invite us to the party. That's better.
We will bring good gifts.
I'm not sure you would get permission, Mr. Katz.
I understand, man. I understand.
If we go back, and I realize I'm making a very unpopular decision here, but if we go back to Friday at 5 o'clock, is there anyone who cannot make that?
6:30 appointment. Long standing.
On Friday?
I could cancel it, but well, I will not be very popular if I do.
I will end up, on my end, I will end up canceling 2 things on Friday if we do this, so.
And there's
Senator
no
Blanco, your
possibility
hand's
for,
up.
is
Excuse me,
Thursday-
Senator Blanco, your hand's up? Okay, Senator, Commissioner Sun.
I was just
Commissioner
going to say, I mean, this is hard to ask, but Commissioner said that Thursday was a day that they had already moved things twice. Is there any possibility of moving it? Because it sounded like there was just one person who couldn't make Thursday. Oh, more than one. Okay,
Yeah,
never
more
mind.
than one.
Yeah, I'm out of the country, so this has been really difficult.
Never mind.
Yeah, so I cannot cancel something on Thursday.
So I think we're at Friday at a 4 o'clock or a 5 o'clock start. Commissioner Brennis, you said you could not start until 5?
No, I can start at 4 o'clock on Friday. I just couldn't on Monday.
Is there objection to starting at 4 o'clock on Friday? Commissioner Pritchard.
Monday at 4 p.m. didn't work. I'm sorry, I've been trying to follow. Why was that a problem? Monday at 4 p.m.
It's too close to the deadline.
Well, Commissioner Brennis couldn't start till 5, so she would have to join us at 5.
Well, we usually do public comment to begin, which I know you would
Okay.
have to miss, but I thought we might move the Wednesday night to Thursday night.
Right. That's
Okay,
fine.
so that's you're right, Commissioner Pritchard. I thought there were people on Monday who could not make it. So we meet on 5 o'clock. We start on Monday at 4 with public testimony. And then we will move our commission meeting to Thursday of next week. Okay.
I'll get the maps by Friday.
And
Yes.
I will also need to miss public comment, but I will join as close to 5 as I'm able.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. And so let me just mention again that we're calling a recess and coming back on Monday at 4. Commissioner Katz, did you want to make one other comment on scheduling, or is it something else?
I wanted to disclose the next part date.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I just want to suggest a way to proceed on Monday, and then you don't have to listen to my voice anymore. I would like to start on Monday with a discussion of Commissioner Suh's proposal on Koreatown, because I think that proposal has far-reaching implications if it were adopted. And so I think it needs to start there. I would then move to the Valley proposal of looking at C and B together. We would then go to the East, and then we would. I don't think there's really any more discussion on the West Side, and it does not appear there's discussion necessary on the South Side, given the guidance that we received tonight. So that would be the way I would attempt to schedule our time on Monday. Does that any concerns with that? Okay, Paul, looks like you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was wondering if whether or not we wanted to, before we got done, have another description of Commissioner Suh's proposal, and maybe I could bring up Maptitude and start to at least have those building blocks. Because what I am really fearful of is that, you know, tomorrow we're coming back, we're looking at it, we're trying to make the best of our notes, and then we run into a problem and don't have the benefit of the commissioner's input, and we start making assumptions, make wrong assumptions.
Okay, if people will give us a couple more minutes, I think that's a really good point. Commissioner Suh, could you sort of do this in sort of bullet point format about the boundaries you're proposing, so we can, Paul can be informed?
I'd be happy to. So I suggested that we have a reconfigured CD4 that consists of Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council, Koreatown, as you know, going down to maybe Pico, maybe 11th, going up from there, keeping going north from there, and then going over to Silver Lake.
North to where? North to where?
Going north of Koreatown, but not into the western part of Hollywood, going north of Koreatown and then over to Silver Lake, because that would enable us to address the question of the boundary between Greater Wilshire and Koreatown. It would enable us to keep Little Bangladesh and Koreatown and historic Filipino Town whole, and it would allow us to go into Silver Lake and create a majority renter district. It would also address the issue of incumbency, and it would allow Thai Town and Hollywood to have their cores whole. It would also enable Los Feliz and Atwater to be together and whole.
Okay, so Paul, is that enough guidance for you?
I want to look at what the population is and make sure that this is what we're talking about here.
Yeah, and the reason I want to start here is I want to then, as part of this, Paul, if you would, if this configuration were adopted, what would it do to everything else that we've discussed this evening?
Yeah. Yes, I'd like to know the impact on CD10.
Yes. Because this is why I think it's so important to start with this configuration first, because it's going to drive.
So this is right now 12% underpopulated. So we need to go hunting probably for another, 25,000 people or something, maybe, or 10, we could try to make this area whole, Echo Park area whole.
Yeah, that could work.
Now the challenge is, for me, if we were to do this, so we're getting really close. So actually, this will probably pretty well fit the existing council boundaries in terms of what this does here. What I'm concerned about is kind of the leftovers after we've done this. And these would have to go into two districts that are, let's see. Okay. So that could be a new district. I could even bring this out a little bit further to the Koreatown boundary that's in the current district following the COI submission from the community. So we could do this. That is an appropriate size. District 10 would have to either come up into the mid-city here or come down into Palms. Right? Let's go ahead and this is called the E working map, you can see, so I'm not making any changes to actual E, so people don't worry about that. So we're just going to call this, my traditional thing is just to call it X, just to have a placeholder there.
And if we use the Plan A's map of District J, that would take us into Palms, and it would actually increase the Black Sea map in that area, in that district.
Absolutely. That is something where you get into, so now we have this District X. We could definitely take just the 10th into Palms. We've shown before that that's achievable and can reach population and could be potentially a effective district.
What would the increase be? Because I think it's a 53 now, existing. What would it be?
Let's look.
I mean, compared to the version that was on map E.
I don't
So, yeah.
think we want a full discussion of this right now.
Yeah, we can look at it in the maps, but it does, the nature of moving into, of switching Palms isn't so much that Palms is making it more heavily Black. It's that it is the removal of Koreatown that is having a more impact on the Black population of 10. And even that, beyond that, the effectiveness potentially of it. So we could do this now. The other things to consider are that at this point, we would be bringing, the valley would have to come in here to this central Hollywood area because it's now non-contiguous to either this area. We would need to have the Valley District take this central Hollywood area and probably have to take Atwater Village. We couldn't probably put Atwater Village into this District 1. District 14 isn't affected by this. District 10 could go down. And I think the biggest difference is that you'd be putting this population into the valley. And that might be,
Let's see, 13.
So this is exactly the kind of analysis that we're going to have on Monday night in order to decide whether or not we want to move forward on the plan.
but I appreciate the commissioners sitting by as we do this because it helps kind of, I think, ensure that I'm not making any wrong assumptions about what the changes would be. So.
I understand, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. So it would make this Valley District 17% overpopulated. So we would have to deal with some of that. And there are some other little tidbits here you can see circled in red. So
Paul, is
thank
that
you very
based
much.
on map E or map C that you're citing that overpopulation in the valley?
This right now is based on map C. It's map E is what it is. Map C and E are the same in the valley. But I think that I have a lot better information. So I appreciate the commissioners indulging me in the time that it took to do that.
Thank you, Paul. And so I think I've outlined the plan. And to reiterate, we're going to recess this meeting in a minute and meet again at 4 o'clock on Monday. And then the Thursday meeting will be noticed now. The Wednesday meeting will now be noticed for Thursday. And I just want to implore the commission that when you come back here on Monday, and then again on Thursday, you come back ready to make decisions. And we are at that point, and we may not be able to get to consensus, so it may be a majority vote, but we have to start making decisions. So, Commissioner, I'm now going to ask for ex parte communications, and Commissioner Katz, I think you had one.
Yes. During the meeting, I was texting with Caro Tatorzian, I'm sorry, who is the Chief of Staff to Council Member Krikorian. He was raising some questions about the Armenian community, which I subsequently raised before the body. And just to disclose that. That took place about an hour ago.
Thank you. Any other communications? So Commissioner Kanya.
Yes, I also had a text from Caro, who is the Chief of Staff for Councilmember Krikorian, asking about the same about the Armenian community. Commissioner Katz asked before I was able to.
Thank you, Commissioner Kanye. Commissioner Saw.
And I received a text from Councilmember Rahman, staff member Najiba Saeed. I didn't see it until after I'd made my comments, but she was telling me people are making a lot of comments and to pay attention to that.
I am quite sure. I am sure that people are making a lot of comments about this entire meeting. So, anyway, I think with that, is there a motion to recess?
So moved.
Yeah.
Um,
Second.
We are in recess and we will come back together on Monday, the 4th. Stay safe. I'm going to miss you all. It's actually going to be 4 or 5 days before I see you.
Mr. Chairman, one question. What is the deadline for posting on the web, whatever materials we'll need for Monday? Just so people know when to go look for it.
It's a continuation of a special
Okay.
meeting, so Harit, 24 hours.
Well, as soon as the materials are ready, but if they're ready 24 hours before the meeting, they should be posted at that time. It requires them to be final and be ready to be posted. So when they're ready, they're provided to the commissioners.
We'll get the maps before 24 hours, no? The
Yes,
ask was to get them by
That sounds like
Friday.
the expectation, yes.
In fact, Paul, I won't hold you to this, but what do you think's your best guess about when we might be able to get maps out for Monday?
Friday?
Friday. So there you are. So again, for members of the public who are still with us, and it looks like 102 are, look for it on Monday or on Friday. I think it's really important that we get these maps and we look at them. And as I said, come to work on Monday, ready to make some decisions. Commissioner Katz, do you have another disclosure?
Lazy hand.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
Yeah, I just want to confirm the time and so I can mark it on my calendar.
4 p.m. on Monday, Thursday, 5 p.m.
Thursday, 5 p.m. Okay, thank you.
And
Commissioner Kanya.
thank you, Chair. I'll leave it just very quickly and for the community at large as well. The maps will be in the upcoming meetings or in the mapping subdirectory of the website. So people know where to look for them.
Commissioner Rob, I almost
They'll
made
be
you-
in both
Yeah.
locations,
They'll
Commissioner.
be in both locations. So upcoming meetings, the agenda, and then the maps as well.
Yeah, and we also send out emails to folks who have signed up for our email list. So they're in the loop
And,
as well.
and it'll be RC third pass because today was second pass. Do we know what they're going to be titled?
Third drafts.
Third
Yeah,
draft,
something
thank
like
you.
that. Yeah, there'll be a
Okay.
packet like you've seen before with multiple maps. And just for the record, nobody has in any of these meetings asked that any of the maps that have been considered be thrown away. So all the other maps are still active conversation pieces. So we'll just be adding to the list.
So Paul, do you want to huddle after this or are you done?
I'm pretty much done.
Okay.
Could I have asked Commissioner Suh real quickly if in the configuration, if Atwater Village was to have to go between one or your new district or the Valley?
I don't think I said, but
No.
I did note that Atwater Village could
Should
go
be with
down a
Los
bit.
Feliz? No. Okay.
It could, yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense. Having lived in Atwater, I think that makes sense. I was just noting also that Atwater is by the river, and also Los Feliz is by Griffith Park, and there's just a lot to be thinking about with those natural areas. So, it's not an overwhelming factor, but it's something that makes sense for them to be together.
Yeah. So, all righty, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, this group has become so used to talking to each other. I'm thinking that if I don't end it, it'll keep going. So we
Yeah.
are in recess. Good night. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Folks.
Captioner Chris, were you able to get the most up-to-date notes that you could send to us?
Hey,
Chris?
did you want to do something afterwards?
How about 5 minutes?
Great.
Yes, I got them. Thank you.
Oh, all right, great. If
All
you could
right.
send them to me, that'd be wonderful. All right, thank you.
I will do it.
All right, we can end this. Bye, y'all.